will, in Jewish society as well as many others, women traditionally love some male figure, either their father, their husband, their adult sons. They very rarely went out and made it on their own. Babatha was a partial exception to that rule, as we shall see. But it's interesting to note that the will does not seem to employ any of the traditional kind of legal mechanisms that the traditional law would require. Like, for example, I have daughters, and I certainly want to bequeath my massive wealth to them. That's a joke. But, I want my daughters to share wealth with their brothers. So there are various legal devices that I can do to make sure that they get the wealth, but within a halachically acceptable way. I can give them a matana mechayim, for example, a gift while I am alive. I'm allowed to give them as much property as I want while I'm alive. And there's discussions in the halacha of can I create a document that says, 1 moment before I expire, I give, my holdings in Cancun to my eldest daughter, and my holdings in Switzerland to my second daughter, and stuff like that. Can I do that? So what's interesting is that these are absent in the will written by Babatha's father. Babatha's father just gives it straight out to his wife. Now, she's normally the beneficiary. And then after that, he says it should go to my daughter. That's also a problem in Jewish law, that you cannot will things after your death. You can't say, I want it to go to Ruvain, and then after Ruvain dies, I want it to go to Shimon. You have no control over it. Once you give it to the first person upon death, then it's whatever they want to do with it. So the will that is the first dated document that we have in the Babatha archive does not seem to conform to Jewish law in its particulars. That itself has a lot of ramifications that we'll return to towards the end of this lecture. Then, so Babatha, though, whether she had sons or not, whether she had brothers or not, she was likely the eldest child, maybe even an only child. There's no real reference, if I recall, to any siblings of Babatha at this point. Now, she grows up and she marries a guy named Jesus. I kid you not. So the name they use constantly in the literature is Jesus. It was really easy to find pictures on the internet of Jesus. This is what he actually looked like. But his name was Yeshua, and for whatever reason, the archaeologists like to use the term Jesus, even though it's kind of like begging a question when you first see him. Anyways, she married him in roughly the year 124, which, no, she married him a little earlier. By 124, she was a widow, I believe. What was her birthday? Do you remember, Mr. Rodriguez? I think it was around 104, right? 104. So she was already at 20. She was a widow with a son whose name was also Jesus, by the way. Here they are, right? This is also easy to find pictures of mother and child if you put Jesus in anything. One more note I wanted to mention. So what happens is she married Jesus, and then she inherited some property in Mahosa. Sorry, that's where her father left her the property. And then within a year, she married again. Now, so she's married to a second guy whose name was not Jesus. But we have Jesus, her son, and this is another interesting aspect of the archive, is that right away she gets into a custody dispute over her son Jesus. Specifically, there were 2 men who were appointed as apotropos. That's a singular. Apotroposim, I guess, would be the plural. This is a Greek word which has entered the Hebrew lexicon as well. It's in the Talmud all over the place. And apotropos is like a guardian, someone who has custody. It appears that the boy Jesus, the baby Jesus, was allowed to live with. I'm glad you enjoy that. I enjoy that. The baby Jesus was allowed to live with Babatha, but they controlled the child support. And so she took them to court, demanding that they should pay more monthly stipend for the upkeep of her child. This also has some fascinating implications here. Once again, it's not entirely in keeping with traditional Jewish law. Right? In traditional Jewish law, to my knowledge, certainly the mother gets custody. It's not even a discussion. If both parents are alive, then there's a possibility that a husband could get custody if there was a divorce or things like that, but it's unlikely. Definitely the preferential custodian is the mother. But the idea that the wealth would then be distributed through other people seems really strange. Like, why should you separate the money that she legally inherits from her husband and send it up through a trust managed by two other people? So this is again not necessarily in conformity with Jewish law, but we see that, as one of the articles put it, even though she was illiterate, she was certainly no wallflower. She was absolutely ready to take people to court, very litigious, and she was saying, "Hey, this is not enough for my son Jesus to get everything he needs. I mean, what do you expect? There's going to be loaves and fish and all that. What's going to happen?" No, I'll have to cut that out. And this is really also one of the big issues, which I was going to say until later, but we'll talk about it now. Where is she suing her plaintiffs? No, defendants. Where is she taking them to court? Well, no, she's got the documents in the cave. All this is happening before the revolt, which broke out in 132. So this is in her 20s. There certainly should be a Beit-Din, right? She took it to, well, at this point it would be the Roman courts, but she took it to the non-Jewish courts. And that's also really surprising because in Jewish law, that's considered like really over the line. We have a perfectly good legal system. We have a system of justice with judges and, plaintiffs, defendants, rules of evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. What are you doing bringing it to the non-Jewish courts? It's considered like kind of a betrayal of Jewish values to take it to a secular court. That said, we do it all the time. But let me take Fred's question, then we'll come back to this point. There's plenty of evidence that she's Jews, yeah, definitely. They're referred to as Jews in various contexts. There are some non-Jewish players. It's a possibility that one of the guardians was a non-Jew, for example. There's no question referred to as Jewish. The name Babatha is a little unusual. That TH sound, which you don't normally find in Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew, the letter Saf was pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy. They're definitely Jewish people. And they're definitely, they're hanging out with Bar Kokhba. And Bar Kokhba was a rebel against the Romans, but vis-a-vis Rabbinic Judaism, he was mainstream, right? Akiva was his sponsor. So she's going to secular courts. She's going to secular courts before the Bar Kokhba revolution, right? So before that. So, I have a lot of sort of like unformed thoughts about this, but why don't we touch on them right now? Definitely, Jewish law favors solving Jewish problems in a Jewish court, and there are lots of like strong messages of warning throughout our religious texts that say, don't take all of your dirty laundry and air it out in the street, or as they say in Yiddish, it would be a shanda for the goyim. It would be an embarrassment in front of the non-Jews to say that. The word goyim here not used in a derogatory sense at all. It would be a shanda for the goyim if you brought your Jewish problems. If you're suing your synagogue, for example, you don't want to do that in a secular court. You want to do it in a Beit-Din. But the problem is, if you are suing your synagogue, do you feel you will get a fair hearing in a Beit-Din, right? There you want to go to a secular court maybe because you really have a better chance at it. And in fact, we see that for various reasons, some very celebrated cases in Jewish law have been settled in secular courts. I'm thinking in particular, for example, of the notorious library case in the Lubavitch movement, where there was a thief who was stealing really valuable manuscripts from the Chabad library at 770, and he was caught, and there was a big question as to whether or not he would actually return the goods, let alone the material that he had already sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so, in what appeared to be a controversial decision, the Rebbe felt it would be more effective, he would have a better chance of enforcing the decision if he took it to a secular court. And that's what happened. He went to the secular courts. They decided in the favor of the Lubavitch movement and the Rebbe, and they had to, all those books had to be brought back to 770. So that's a modern example of going to a secular courts, and Babatha also did so as well. Okay, so we'll come back to this a little later. The story goes on now. So Babatha, you'll recall, she married Jesus, had a baby Jesus, and then Jesus died, and so she married another husband within a year. His name was Judanes, and he had a wife at the same time who was living in En Gedi. So he had Babatha, who was apparently living in Makosa, and he had Miriam in En Gedi. And there doesn't seem to be any objection to this in any of the texts. So even though the articles refer to it as bigamy, that's kind of a strong word. Polygamy was certainly allowed among Jews for another 800 years yet, so it's not that unusual that a wealthy landowner would have more than one wife. However, Judanes maybe was not so wealthy because Babatha loaned him 300 denarii in order for him to marry off his daughter. He needed to have a certain amount of funds to give his daughter from his first wife, Miriam. It's like paid place. I have to keep all these names together. She loaned him 300 denarii so he could pay off his daughter's wedding, and then he died before he could repay the debt. So Babatha, reticent and retiring woman that she is, she seized her husband's date orchards, 3 of them, as security against the debt that her co-wife or co-widow Miriam owed her. And in fact, the last document we have in the Babatha archive is a summons from the court, from Miriam, summoning Babatha to appear because she wanted the orchard back. She was saying that, it's not right for you to take the orchard just because my husband borrowed some money for you. That document is dated 132, which is right at the beginning of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's at this point that we assume Babatha went into the cave shortly after receiving this summons. We know, for example, that Judanes had an adult daughter who was getting married. He borrowed 300 denarii, so that would make him probably 20 years older than Babatha. If she is roughly she's maybe 27 at the time she's married. We know when she's married. She's married in the year 125, and she was 104, 21, right? So she's 21, and let's say he's 41. So the argument on the back is that maybe those apotropos were actually custodians for both her and the baby Jesus. I like saying that. I don't know if Rabbi Grutzi would appreciate me saying the baby Jesus over and over again in shul, but I don't know, it feels to me. But that's an interesting point. Although in Jewish law, again, I don't know if that's reasonable. Once a girl becomes Bat Yisrael, or Bat Mitzvah, 12 years of age, she's fully adult in Jewish law. And you don't appoint an apotropos for someone unless they're mentally incapacitated, which we don't get there's no indication that would be the Rabata. Unless they're mentally incapacitated, once they are 12 in a day, a girl is an adult. So if they were apotropoi for her as well, that would be another indication that it's not being handled according to Jewish law. Yes. So let me summarize that with the microphone on, because it's a very valid observation that women clearly don't have the same level of legal standing as men in either Jewish or in classical Roman legislation. We can have an interesting discussion, I think, trying to compare them. I think that Jewish law would hold them to a higher standard than Roman law would, but certainly not to a 21st century standard. Nor would it be appropriate to try and retroactively project our values onto the 2nd century. However, there's a bigger question, which I've been trying to save for the end of the lecture, but I'll tease you a little bit with it right now. The real question is, what happened with rabbinic Judaism? Like when you go to Sunday school and you study the traditional Judaic approach to the ancient world, you have these heroic rabbis who have this vision of Judaism, which is exactly the same as the way we observe it today in every tiny little detail, including cholent and including electric timers on your Shabbos clocks, things like that. And that's the kind of image you get. But when we actually look at the ancient period, it's a lot more messy. There are a lot of Jews who are not behaving the way they're supposed to in rabbinic law, and nobody seems upset about it at the time. The documents don't say she's a heretic because she went to the secular courts. So one more detail that Hannah Cotton in particular points out, our most reliable early texts of rabbinic Judaism describing itself were not really recorded until the end of the 2nd century with the Mishnah of Rabbi Yehuda. We have some earlier texts to be sure, but the Mishnahs are really much more solid ground to stand on. So in other words, Babata's archive predates the serious documents of rabbinic Judaism by 70 years. So we know more about the ancient world from Babata in some ways than we do from the rabbis. Is it possible the rabbis' version of the way things should be is kind of like tunnel vision? So let me return to that towards the end of the lecture. That was just a little teaser. Let's go on. Okay, so what ends up happening? Okay. So we have this whole story. We have the first marriage, the custody battle, the second marriage, the battle over the property, over the date palms, things like that. One more detail. This man, Pinchas Porat, was on the 1961 excursion into the caves with General Yadin. And he was kind of like an adventuresome sort, and he was told to go and look for any other cave formations that they had not yet found. He found one kind of crack. It was a little bit smaller than his waistline, but he decided to push through it anyways. And he found himself in another large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones that were laid out on these reed mats. And it appears that this was an evidence of the ancient Jewish practice of secondary burial. This is the way it's actually described quite a bit in the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not that controversial at all. The way the Jews used to bury their dead in ancient Israel is they would place them in one secure place, sometimes covered with lime, and they would let the flesh decompose. And then a year later, they would go back and perform what was called likut atzamot, the gathering of bones. It was considered a simcha, and you would take the bones of your ancestor and you would bring them to a crypt or an ossuary where you'd put them in stone boxes, and then you could come visit your relatives in these stone boxes, as it were. Once when we were living in Israel, and our eldest daughter, who's now Nehar, she's going to be 23 in a couple of days, she was only about 2.5, 3 years old, and we were visiting Jason's tomb, which is in Rechavia in Yerushalayim, and it's like on the street. It's like built there right in the street, and they have these bars on kind of like a hillside, and there's houses all around, but there's bars on the hillside. And you can look into the bars, you can see the crypt. You can see all the holes in the walls where people would put their bones, their families, from the Hellenistic period. And as we're looking through the bars, Rafaela walks through the bars into the crypt. And there's my little 2-3-year-old daughter in there, wandering around the crypt, looking in the holes and stuff like that. And we could not get in. The bars were locked and everything. So finally, we had to tempt her out with some candy, but whew, it was scary. Anyways, he goes in there and he finds this secondary burial site filled with bones. Most likely, these are the remnants of the Bar Kokhba rebels who could not be taken out of the cave for burial, and so they were situated there. Gives you a sense of how long they might have been there, and then the plan was that they would later be taken to their final resting place. There were several female skeletons in this what was called the niche of skulls that could have been Babata herself. there are a couple of possibilities that come from this as why was Babatha there in the first place. According to General Yadin, again, the first person to discover this cave, he felt that Babatha must have been a political sympathizer with Bar Kokhba, and she identified with their cause, and so she hid out with the rebels and things like that. And we have to place this in the 1960s. It's before the Six-Day War, and there's a lot of nationalist excitement and a lot of Zionist energy and things like that. And of course, it makes sense that sure she would want to go make the last stand with Bar Kokhba rebels. The only problem is that nothing in the archive gives us any sense that this is kind of Babatha's worldview. We have a traditional Jewish marriage contract and things like that. There are some variations there, but basically it's Jewish and so on. Why would we think that she's going to be politically motivated like that? Richard Freund, on the other hand, says probably a more pragmatic reason, which I find personally a little more convincing. One of the other documents found in the archive was the ketubah, or marriage contract, of her second husband's daughter, which was included with Babatha's art. Now we know that Babatha had a hard time with her second husband's wife, Miriam, but she apparently had some relationship with her second husband's wife's daughter, Shlom Tzion. Now, what Freud argues is that perhaps Babatha was in the Ein Gedi region, which was a real hotbed of the Bar Kokhba military activity. She was there perhaps in the context of that last summons that we even read. And when the war broke out, she sought refuge in this cave with Shlom Tzion, because according to Jewish law, a woman is not allowed to be away from her ketubah for more than 30 days. The ketubah is the marriage contract. That is a woman's legal surety in marriage, that if the marriage is dissolved for any reason, that's her document to prove what her rights are after wedding. So that's why most families today, they'll actually put the ketubah on the wall, and they make them decorative and things like that. But it's a legal device that has real standing. So a woman would not travel for any long period of time without her ketubah. So if Shlom Tzion, who is from Ein Gedi, takes her ketubah with her to the caves, it sounds like they ran away. They ran for refuge there. And she may have gone with Babatha. And then since Babatha decided to bury her documents, Shlom Tzion said to her older, really aunt figure, put mine in there with yours. And so they were buried together as a result. So Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal dramas and things like that. And when this war broke out, she decided that the safest place for me is to go to this cave, and that's how these objects ended up there. It's a very interesting kind of thesis. But again, we're all piecing these together from little bits of evidence. So let's try and understand the legacy of this find, because it means a lot of things. I mentioned earlier Hannah Cotton's observation, Dr. Cotton's observation, that this says a lot about the transfer of Nabatean Arabia, or the Nabatean kingdom, to Roman Arabia, but that's not really our main concern here, and of course on Jewish biography. There are two elements that I find especially fascinating and relevant about the Babatha archive. The first is what it has to say about the status of Jewish women in 2nd century Israel. The archive says a lot about inheritance law, that apparently she was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient power to even seize property from another woman, from Miriam, over a dispute, and that she was regularly assisted in this regard by a whole team of lawyers who are putting together these documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiple copies of some of these documents because she obviously expected to have to deposit them with the court, and she would keep other copies for herself. And that women, even though they were clearly of secondary status, they nevertheless had significant power that they could wield in the courts as well, and expect to have their rights upheld. We see this unusual thing about custody, that the role of the apotropoi, which is in contrast to Jewish laws, we'll see in a second. We also see that her illiteracy evidently did not hold her back from, getting the things she wanted done. That may be something that's more true of her because she had the material wherewithal to carry out her wishes. We could not necessarily generalize this to, let's say, a lower class Jewish woman, working for a living in a day job. She apparently was not in that class. There seems to be no problem with the polygamy. There's no comments whatsoever on, her being married to a man who had another wife and so on. So these kinds of things are fascinating for the history of gender, the history of women in the ancient world. From a Jewish perspective, there's a lot to say here about the status of rabbinic Judaism. Again, recall, as we discussed in a few lectures, this is a period of tremendous spiritual tumult when there are so many different expressions of Jews, of their attachment to God, including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which denied, for example, the existence of the world to come and made the temple rituals absolutely central and essential to Judaism. The Jewish Christians who still, well, by the time we get to Babata's period, it's becoming more of a Gentile movement, meaning a lot more people who are not born Jews are joining the Christian movement. But certainly in the first few decades, it's overwhelmingly Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. Look how many Jesuses we have just in Babata's lifetime, and they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of Jews. So one way of understanding this is that rabbinic Judaism was kind of like one of prima inter pares, first among equals, and it happened to win. And for whatever reasons, the features of rabbinic Judaism made it more portable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And this just happens to be the one form of Judaism that succeeded. That's an approach that many of the scholars take. I would like to suggest, however, something that kind of keeps the value of traditional Judaism in place while without denying the realities of people like Babata and their activities. Like, for example, you can still say that, to use a modern term, Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. But if you went to everybody's kitchen, even in an Orthodox synagogue in America, how many of them would you find are not keeping kosher? They're still belonging to the Orthodox synagogue. They're still affiliating Orthodox. They're still considering themselves Orthodox, but they are antinomian at home. So does that necessarily invalidate the central ideological track? Not at all. All it says is that Jews are not so frum. Jews are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Harani Kabar Mishkavo, always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around in a big black fedora, with a gartel and all things like that. Jews in the 2nd century are also quite diverse in their approaches to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated it all the way to Sinai, and just that Jews are not necessarily paying attention to it. That's what we see quite a bit in the Babata archive. So that's the quick lightning tour of the Babata archive. Tried not to insert too much of my own interpretation on this, but I want to thank you very much for your intelligence and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, I hope you found that lecture as fascinating as I did doing the research. Once again, a big shout out to Carol Shapiro, the librarian, who helped me out with so many great materials. Now, if you're watching this, it means you lasted right to the very end of the video. So a couple of things. First of all, if you look at the comments section, especially in videos like the Khazarian video, particularly on YouTube, you'll see there are a lot of crazy people out there who write really nasty, awful things. You don't even know what I don't include on the website. So if you are one of those crazy people, I'm going to tell you right now, the rule is that if you write, ad hominem attacks, if you use profanity, if I feel that your comments are not, really trying to seek the truth in a scholarly way, then I'm just going to delete them and no one will know the existence. So don't even bother commenting. If you disagree with me, that's great. Go ahead and write whatever you want. You can even say it in a slightly nasty way. I will err on the side of generosity and let those comments stand. But for the rest of you, if you're not among the crazy people, then please write something nice to counterbalance some of the nasty things you say. And I would really appreciate it if you share these videos with your friends. I think it would be fantastic if we could spread, a little more knowledge of the tremendous wealth of information that's contained in the Jewish heritage, and it would make me feel really great if I knew that a lot of people were appreciating these videos. But I certainly appreciate that you enjoyed this video, so please like, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you very much.
Just payment I did want to have obviously the language of the Bible, so they unfold each other's secret files, the ones where we recorded or our first secret is out there from the truth. There's so much more what to say, but for the first time in my life, I'm at a loss for I don't need it. I need to be heard by you someone. Is that it? One was
tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer, none other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to inflict the harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. But anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear. I'm sorry. I'll get a better one, I think, next week. This is the cave of letters.
This girl, she went to the church, right? She registered
explored the cave and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were given there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. Look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well as next week's talk as well. Okay, let's get started with the material today. So setting the tone for the uprising. You should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who spoke over last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to 138. Jews and Israel what seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple. which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, the Capitol, everything. It was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing him to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they could move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quisling fashion. If you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we'll be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily be, they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient texts, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you should take it. All those things are really important, or else, disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Can you imagine if your doctor said, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these Midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. You can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Lulianos, these are two important rabbis of the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the olim from the galut. Meaning they set up these tables principally, it seems, to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term tables in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know what the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. I'm sorry, the Kutim, the Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But anyway, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done? See that I've already issued the decree. Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning the story in this midrash is that the Samaritans, who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? You can do this. Tell them you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke, so thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip.
When I go
I keep the quips. Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip. Okay. The other thing is, or say to them, You
And
can
when
have
I
your
come to the
temple,
garden
but you know it
garage,
should
there
be a little
were
bit
silver
roomier.
up to hang
Enlarge
over
it
the
by
bridge.
5
It
cubits,
said,
which is
then
the
anyway,
equivalent of about
if you decide
9
that
feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described, and they're not exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger,
and not
they
far
won't
by
be able to accept it.
by picking
And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim. They are Jewish, by the way, and we'll see exactly how Jewish and in what context, but they ruined the pot because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the vale of Beth Rimon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees we talked about last week. They said, let Rabbi Yeshua ben Chaneh send forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yeshua arose and he expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely.
Well,
so it is with the Jews,
this guy, I was just stupid.
Yeshua,
And
we
so,
ought to be
boy, some people
satisfied
stupid.
that
Sometimes
even
they're
though we
friends.
got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without
He
coming
was
to
like,
harm.
yeah,
And
I'm
so
thinking
the
of breaking up
parable
with
of the
her.
story is that
Do you want to date her?
even
And I was
though-
like, that's
and some
easy.
elements of this may be
Sure.
exactly
And he said,
conform to
okay, well,
reality.
this is what you
That
got to
maybe
do.
Hadrian had
My
this
older brother got
policy,
me this
he thought it
book of
might
poems.
work, and then
And
because of the internal conflict,
you should
specifically
take
with the
this
Samaritans,
poem
who were significant
and
force in Israel at
you
the
should
time,
say that
he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind. And Rabbi
you
Yeshua
wrote
ben
it
Prachia represented
and
Rabbi Yeshua
give
ben
it to me
Chaneh
and I'll give it to
representing the
her.
Pharisees. Said, you know what?
And then you'll look
Fine.
like $1 million.
We'll do without the temple
like,
as long as we can do without the Romans as well. That was recorded sort of the
Boy, you're being a
attitude of
really
the
good friend here.
sages.
So he
in a
takes this poem,
non-revolting
the one about
fashion,
the forbidden
but you
fruit,
saw that there
and gives
was
it to her. She gives it to the
a
teachers.
chorus of voices
The
saying we
teachers
should fight against the
get the
Romans.
dean
the
of
chutzpah
boys. Dean of boys
asking
calls
us
my
to change
parents
our
in
temple.
school.
Okay, so
Then
let's
they're
just go a
there,
little further
and I guess it made him
try
know
to
I
figure
told
out
him
who are
homosexual
these
was
Samaritans here.
heterosexual.
I'm sure you've
Well,
heard
it wasn't
the term,
homosexual, but
the
it was
Good
kind of one of
Samaritan.
those things I'll never
Does
forget
anybody
when I
know the
came
meaning of
in
that
the,
term? So
they
what is
came home,
what
they're
is
like,
a Good Samaritan?
you did what? My mom's like, oh my God, the forbidden fruit, oh, who else coming down?
Give me the modern
And
terminology.
my
What do
father's
we
like,
mean by
you
it
did
today?
what? He's like, why didn't you ask her
They're
out?
very nice.
Why
Okay,
didn't you
does
just
that
give it to her? I
person
was
have
like,
to be a
well, it seemed really
Samaritan?
easy. He's like,
What's the shot in
you need to
Samaritan?
get your head in the clothes. I was like, this is the books. It was poetry class.
Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke.
Anyway,
I'm sure a
you got
lot
your
of my
babysitter
viewers will
out
probably
there?
correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent. I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but sort of a Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And
Okay,
along
so are
comes
you
a
done?
Kohen, a Jew,
No. What
and
becomes
sees
it?
him and
Thomas
then passes
Kincaid.
by.
Why?
And walks across the street. Then
Painter.
along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him. It's messy. The guy's bleeding everything across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up. He takes him to a hotel. He tells the innkeeper whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I'll come back in a while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. Their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud, Tractate Bracha in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for
Rabbi
the
later
benching?
described
Going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans to this day, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult. But it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it. They definitely were not considering them Jews. They're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays, and they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fires. You would light a fire and go on until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. But at any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to, and of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white middle-class Americans are walking by the road, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Davka, it's the Samaritan who helps them. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Okay, thank you, Jude. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationship vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about, the Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day, they're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat. They're trying to stay disentangled, disengaged from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. And the Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they're being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. That doesn't make sense? Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to.
The fact that one Memorial Stadium has 30,000 and the fucking state only has
as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you with some depictions of the historians there, but there's a
Wyoming is so big. This is how big Wyoming
on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the second decade of the second century. That there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a ROTHSCHILD, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lod." I can't remember what city it was, but here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed, and he's letting the widow of so and so know that he was the one who killed?
Why? Because she's high as fuck. And I'm like beat off to her.
Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion?
Okay, he's got Liz.
What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry.
So you're talking about beating off.
Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an aguna, she was a widow, and therefore could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of kind of confused period of the times. At least here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an we also, so the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily, and particularly one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict.
It's Chopin.
Cassius, shown here, is a Roman historian from the late first century, early second century, second century, early third century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aila Capitolina. And that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who was a church historian, is other major non-Jewish source on this period. He says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aila Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. It made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords, meaning they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, what is this garbage? And they say, feh. And they would probably not say feh, but they would give the swords back and say, give us better quality swords. And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but that they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. And they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans would approach, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Kosiba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the men. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently they're extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination
Dude,
as
I
the
just-
Messiah, because
first
there's a
time I
lot
met my
written
friend,
about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition, but at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiach. There were two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a totally human being, not the Son of God, obviously.
It's like my
Who
parents
will
are. I'm like,
lead
dude, just
a
get in your
military
house, get in
victory
your bed,
and bring
Well,
all
I'm
the
like,
Jews
dude,
back to
just
the
shut the
land
fuck
of
up.
Israel
get in your
and
house,
establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis
Like if
of
it were in college, I
Jewish
would.
philosophy on what
Those
Mashiach
are-
is, of who Mashiach
But in
will
her
be,
parents' house, like,
he wrote that
she's
Bar
the one who's
Kokhba
got a.
could have been Mashiach,
Like it was the same
but
as
he
like
sinned, and as a result, he was killed
yeah.
for his sins.
What did he do?
The sins may have
I just dropped
included things like the
I
very
just over his house with
hospitalic
it.
attitude to
And
God,
he threw
things
up all
like
night.
that.
I got
Akiva, the great rabbi of his time,
My mom.
was a follower of Bar
Woke me in the
Kokhba.
morning.
Some have
Or
argued
in the
that
middle
he
of the night.
lobbied for him actively throughout the
That's your
Jewish
parents'
diaspora, but he certainly
His son,
argued
Mark,
forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah.
about this.
He
I
was
like,
not, there was multiple
Michael,
voices,
like,
however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin,
Yeah.
Yochanan ben Tarta said
But not
to
enough. Oh, wow.
Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and you'll be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have existed and found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east,
I made sure he got
around
home.
the Dead Sea. The revolt started
He told
when
me.
Adrian left
He's like, I'll
town
be
about the
fine.
year
He told me,
132.
I was
As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location. Probably had a lot of sympathizers among the local population. Dig these tunnels, fortify, and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which is really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And let's have a look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say actually a little bit later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why you have the kind of Greek-style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage?
Dude,
what are
I
his
bet
values?
Swiss used to be a lot more
They're clearly
popular
very national, religious.
in America.
Let's get back to Jerusalem.
Why?
Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing to him. This
Because
little
you could
item
sell
up here,
a lot of
anyone
it.
figure out what that is?
It's like a lot of empty
Sorry?
space, and people don't realize it.
Okay, not a lie. And this little thing up here, it's I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right? And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's a symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. Not positive about anything. This was another coin, but again, also a religious symbol. The coinage. Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters. And they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books, so you have to take my word for it. Um, Now, so this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine from the Roman perspective? You just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations they're rebelling. And who are these? These tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort. There's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army, but nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survived that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years at least. Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, did we lose this image? It'll come back? Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot, ROTHSCHILD, I think I forgot. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, and at which point the Romans, who had of course been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters at Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell. One of the ironies of Jewish history on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies have happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which was read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace, and all good. And of all good things may he never deprive us. You don't recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you probably get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing in benching, the one that ends Ali Chazreinu. So the grace after meals is specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar and the ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Av HaRachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer, and as a result, we have a period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer. Sphirata Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and in that time there's roughly a month of semi-mourning.
Nutty bars.
And the mourning includes no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Well, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. Some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Chutzpahs, the translator whose head was removed
Huge.
from his body and
Why?
dragged about the streets of
Ring dings,
Jerusalem by a pig.
Yoda,
There are all these examples
devil
which we
dogs,
read actually in the liturgy.
Yankee Doodles,
Ayla Ezra did this on the
funny
holiday
bones,
of Yom
and the
Kippur.
classic
Goes through
Drake's
the
coffee
story
cake.
of the so-called
Their
Asara
mascot is
Hume
Webster's
Malkut,
smelling
the
drink.
10 martyrs of the
Milk.
state,
Oh,
which were
very
those
good.
martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have
I
to walk
say
across
to my cousin,
these
James
extremely
coffee
dangerous
cake,
narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels, and you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They stocked up on water, which could only be gotten from about 10 miles away, with no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements and the full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. And what I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance to that cave of letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These are documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed, presumed by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman Babata and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in the 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in real fashion. It was an heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Beitah, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great time.
Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep in the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers, and so please feel free to, click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find it so useful. Okay, thank you very much, and have a great week.
It's in the restaurant for which she works is so secret. They have a silent legal agreement that he wouldn't ship flatbread recipe. It's just their standard non-disclosure.
All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. I when I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And it's a difficult challenge for the ancient period. And once you've talked about Bruria, once you've talked about Rachel, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through. I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously, you're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. It would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that, when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome and why are we talking about her. So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who's a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly, and I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So, who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss, made quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, which we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complementary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod, so it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. But this is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Vazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs this dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod the second, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that quest. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So, what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So, once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You will recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman-Jewish war in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the first century, and then it was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-odd volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews from all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch. Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro, thank you. And arc means like arcos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him after that. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He'd like to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife Herodias was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings. Corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from a Judean family, which was Edomites. But that's already, four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have this sort of hidden Greek life. place that we can write. Anyway, so Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, of course, a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? My husband Herod is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for her to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. Right, so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and mother said, "Great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter." Herod's distress was palpable. Turn the page, I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she was a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist was so grotesque it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day with tons of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I should might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, She was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is not in the original text. This is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is. But she was walking on a pond. She fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. And now to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives in to her mother's wishes, and she has him decapitated. And there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful. You connect it back to Wilde's personal history, it makes a lot more sense, and so on. So it's a fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background, and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome, a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. I remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather, so now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English. It's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things. And by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms, and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees, in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in the previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible things you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the Western Wall, he built the Temple Mount again on earlier foundations, Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be building a temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple is nice. We like it. It's great.
And be able to see if they're asked.
Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation and things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada. You can see here hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture.
I think she has a very good
built by Herod,
really,
ports,
I do. I'm standing for
all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing.
You got that
So
fucking thing.
most historians have concluded that for
it's just
Herod,
like another thing for them to be able to check you out and make sure you gotta go in the glove compartment now. You got all that
like
shit. You got
kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. He's like given to the population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities, and in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who would do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes. Taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3.
So what should they do if they really do that? That's in a perfect world.
If you look at in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around
and then they be serving the
the
community.
tax burden.
Really?
In fact, the
Absolutely.
split between
Instead,
the
it's
northern
about
10 tribes and the southern tribes
generating tickets.
was largely
So I'll send
over
them for
a tax
about
revolt.
generating
The
money.
North was
And
saying
it's about
we are
power.
spending way too much money
Why?
on
Because if you
taxes.
got coupon, why aren't you giving me a
Solomon
fucking
built the temple
coupon?
and things like that, a huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rabbi, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this, or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the drastically terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted and they created something against
Dude, this officer should get on that. This is nuts. She's on her way for light now, okay? Do I agree with her saying this is about race media?
Yes, interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth, and the parallel also, I would think
she may have a point.
Esther.
I think
Right? A parallel also, if you even include the decapitated heads of Judith and Holofernes. Right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. That's a story where there's a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Assyrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. Yeah. That was Sisera. Jael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Jael is with the 10 peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? It's the head thing. Okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of. Is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah. What exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu Hanavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body of water like the ocean or a lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes into one status, one comes out in another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought, and it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu Hanavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured into Christian terms, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because think about it, we're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men, that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, of modesty, of the way people should comport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us, this is not what the Torah demands of us, and they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who were primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. One way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 years or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's depiction, or I think it was Strauss's depiction, I'm not sure offhand, Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from him. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, that is in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Vermen from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see, there's certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We can do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle of Jesus on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority, and it alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open, they're looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing through the top of her skull to get the point across, so to speak, that he's out of favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent? Very good. Yeah, no, it's you can. There's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. That's Jude saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews though is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant.
It's not even requiring licensing, registration, insurances. Like this one down here, highways are for use for the traveling public. This is from Escobedo versus State. And all have the right.
Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours in North Miami Beach, 1 year they decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went to her and said, "Huh? There's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality. It represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like used to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is public. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal from carne. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of it. That it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, you have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you can do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? What is all? That's all physical. Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, ethereal vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more generic as a representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. You should also recall, you're absolutely right, that the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork would you have in your village? You know, someone would scratch something into a piece of wood, maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training? So you come to the larger villages, the big city, and you see these cathedrals, the stained glass art and color. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. And by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. It's a coin that was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. I couldn't tell if it's her and Herod, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have her coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this story, vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy, because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about the Bar Kokhba, a fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish time next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of Lectures in Jewish History. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Mitch Balcony, who is very pleased. We're very happy here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balcony, you have to ask really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions, because Aliza was the only person who's allowed. So I can always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll answer you that later. And then, of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now, because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the Latvians are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up and happened to check the statistics. So it's before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience. And so I decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The other things, we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people. And I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get into the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor, because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be, actually, the last time I tried to fly in the wintertime up to New York, I actually was a victim of racial profiling because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are. So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, is not without opposition at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it is extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national lives. So if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know this famous quotation, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha, give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gitin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really, it's about a page and a half of Talmud, but the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it, and in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to the Jewish people. Anyways, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell the story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gitin goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan, is going to go over into the British Isles and so on. It's a massive empire, and the zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hashmonaim, Asmoneans had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of the zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. He should take a kind of a potion or something, and it will make him seem like he is in fact dead. Put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin, but they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we shake him around a little bit? Rashi says, maybe he'll cry out. So, no, that's not appropriate to do with the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you are actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and you're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns he's going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this. And by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic literature that have the sequence of events a little differently, but the version that Gittin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Give me the city of Yavne and its sages. And then secondly, Shilta the Rabbi Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabbi Gamliel. He's going to use in a minute. He's Vato Messiah laid the Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting for in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed the society dramatically since then. Maybe they had a lot of accountants or lawyers, but no doctors, surprising, dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what it looks like. All of those 3 requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavne, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Kerem Yavne, the vineyard of Yavne, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for Rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? So I'm going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have a tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tanaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud, like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. And this is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rabbi to student for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraita is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach, what does God want us to take away from this moment. They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record as the great historians of the 19th century put it, is eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was to get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Tenli Yavne v'Chochameha? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay. So first of all, the Talmud says, Amru alav Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'amav lo sach sichas chule. He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on, unless he was learning Torah. He was constantly involved in this. No one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. He never slept in shul. Not even a little dremel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay away. He had no problem staying away the whole time. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. He never left anyone alone in the base medrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. But where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page. It says here, Shmonim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hazakim. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the elder. Shloshim Mehen Ruim Shetishra Alav Shchina. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. Shloshim Mehem Ruim Shetamod Lahem Chama Ki Yoshua ben Nun. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this part. Esrim Beinanim, 20 were so, right? Like they were not at the same level. Gadol Shebakulan Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on the Talmud will say that when birds were flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp, which his whole family went into the outdoor barbecue industry as a result. That was a joke. So I'll edit that out. That's one of those things I can do. The least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20 so. I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what do they say? Amar Alav Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, just to get a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students. Shelo Hiniach Mikra Mishnah Gemara Halachos Agados Diktukei Torah Diktukei Sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim Chamurim. He learned Zero Shabbos, logic, hermeneutics. Tekufos Gematrios, he learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas Malachei Ashares, the language of the angels. Sichas Shadim, the language of the demons. Sichas Dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Shalos Kopsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, it's like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, surely davar gadol davar katan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar katan, what's the small thing? Havayos Tabayev Rava, the entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Abai and Rava. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning, a fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel, well, he certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And in this context, this will be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now. It describes how he was comforted at the after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Yoladato. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase. You think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And about the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a leiv tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of the scale, and you put Elazar ben Arach on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons? He was nevertheless consoled. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning, and you want to add to me the tsuras that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him and says, Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can still say, here I am mourning my son, you're giving me more source. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not kowtowed to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of this class. He was a major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism, but in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians, but we don't have any record that I'm aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of. And don't forget, this is a period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. And within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that'll be 2 weeks from now, of whom even Rabbi Akiva thought that he was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew? Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study. Which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably. Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakkai today. Certainly don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name. Guilty. But anyways, let's go on. So let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several of those in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate precursors to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them, along with other non-Jewish nations, which just celebrated the holiday of Sukkot. And when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year. And it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had enough of these fractious people who were insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism Am Kashe Oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way in ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically. But there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest historians of the period, Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe. And he wrote a very important work, which was translated very unpublished by Harvard, called The Jews in Their Land. And he identifies 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that helps assert national independence is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a government to a section of another part of the kingdom, was given individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the name Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines Palestina. And of course, today the debate over names continues with that particular term. So there's no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constitute a majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the first century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples of Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. Money is always essential, and you have to have a continuous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional Machatzis HaShekel, the half shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews were ordered to send that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods in Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Pirushim, those who separate, who were establishing these little disciple circles of Jews who would get together to study the oral law, and membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah, and in particular the tithing system, the Meiser system, and that would create a cover status, meaning an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of charismatic groups, which who had no official authority. They had no administration, they had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base, they had no revenue source, and nevertheless they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center of the Jewish people on a leadership level, where the rest of the Jewish world would look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judenrein by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environs of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from there. Ki Zion Tetzei Torah, right from Zion, the Torah would extend. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation, but after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion, with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, it is truly mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level officials. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups, we've been dancing around this question a couple times, who were the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Tzaddukim, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of authority. They had a revenue flow because the Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second and just imagine for yourself, we live in an era where Jewish activity probably centers on the home more than anywhere else, and a close second with the synagogue. We have a tremendous amount of rituals that are involved in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the study, and then of course in the synagogue with all of its regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple, and you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which means simply a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The Anshe Knesset Agdola had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman-Jewish Wars, a little bit, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, if you were a Jew, you thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared, and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone. So what would you do with that? The second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Biryonim, which were a group of the Zealots earlier, who believed that the correct way to deal with the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called evil kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there are a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in the caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. These were all various groups who were neo-messianic and so on. So to return to your question, what does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews But the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, the ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that would be the Pharisees. Because they said, look, the reality is we can no longer rely on the Kohanim to be the experts in Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that kind of thing. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish texts, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that formed the basis of the intellectual meritocracy, which is rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So, of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Talmudic literature. Some Pharisees who have such tremendous contempt for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms, even though they are still, within the Pharisaic camp, they still feel they lead towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Gedalia Alon calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realists because everybody considers themselves a realist, no matter how fanatical they are. They consider everyone else living in a dream world. But me, of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist, and so on. And then who believed in some level of accommodation with the Romans because defeating them was impossible. And then there was a so-called peace party who were simply out for complete surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these two groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears that he fit within the moderate group more than anyone else. He believed in some accommodation with the Romans for a strategic retreat, or a tactical retreat would be a better term, by simply allowing the Romans certain things that they wanted. The Jews could retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture with. First of all, what exactly was Yavneh? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavneh and his sages? There really were no sages in Yavneh before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavneh? It's like you look at stuff, it doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavneh. Maybe you could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavneh? So the Roman term for Yavneh is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a J, pronounced Jamnia, but really it's Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yavneh did not have a majority Jewish population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavneh primarily to control displaced populations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big into moving large numbers of people around, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on, not quite a jail, but kind of like a supervised environment, where they knew what was going on. It was not like the great city, New York or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like not exactly a ghetto because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, Mr. Weiser? Exactly, it's maybe a colony, a control point, it's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. Meaning, we're not asking to, occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we can foment revolution. We'll live right in your backyard where you want to. Or, as Alon has suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud and Gittin, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea saying, oh, okay, look, you're flattering me, you're telling me I'm going to be the emperor. It turns out you're right. So, fine, what do you want? You want it? He says, well, give me the sages. Okay, all right, you can have some of your sages, but they have to live in Yavne. They have to live here where I keep an idol, which is a radical rereading of the text and alters the understanding of it, but at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the conversation between the Romans and the Jews at that point. So it could be, according to the law, that the stage offered Yavne, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's role? We note that he is referred to usually as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And not as I erroneously thought Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Rabbi means simply our teacher, but it is a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews were led by two distinct individuals, the Zukos, the partners or the pairs. One was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Av Beit Din, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he insists that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are the Nasi, or the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabbi. There was always, a Hillel, a Shimon, or a Gamliel, and so on, that were the Nasiim. How did Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed during the time he was active in Yavne, he was always signing documents second after a probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to the takanot, but he doesn't have the right to take that position. Add to that the fact that there seems to be no other person acting like that until about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it in such a way that he believes Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially stepped into the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, were paralyzed with indecision. How do we deal with the loss of the temple? How do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavne, who cares what it is, and in Yavne, with a few sages, I will set up the yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people. Which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized leadership figures of the time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful, and then he was removed from that position, and the traditional leadership reasserted itself. And he stepped back from national politics, he established another yeshiva outside of Yavne, and allowed the Sanhedrin to go on functioning in Yavne and so on. So, in other words, to try and bring this down into a sentence or two, Alon's analysis, which seems quite convincing to me, is that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position when he did not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. And ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership that failed to act appropriately at that time came around to his way of thinking. He was then displaced, possibly in an amenable way, in an amicable way, to allow the traditional leadership to reassert itself. But it was those crucial 15 years that he was active in Yavne that he allowed Judaism to continue in a form that we would understand. And now, the problem with this whole discussion, however, is that it relies very heavily on a logical tool, which is very weak. It's called the argumentum ex silentio, an argument from silence. Meaning, we have no documents to prove this. We have no texts that prove this. All we have is, for example, the troubling question: wait a minute. If the whole story is about what happens in Yavne, then where is the Nasi? Why is the Nasi not there with him? We know he's elsewhere in the country. He's in the Galil at this point, and he's not doing anything. And more significantly, where are, for example, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's students? A whole bunch of his students did not follow him to Yavne. As great as he was, he did not have his primary student, for example, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak, who you recall we mentioned that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that if all the sages were on one side and Elazar ben Arak were on the other side, he's going to weigh them up. He abandoned his teacher. And he's off at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he only returns to Yavne when Rabbi Yochanan is teaching elsewhere. And even the great Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai went out there and he asked for three things: give me Yavne, give me the lineage of the Nasi, which he took for himself, and then later gave it back. He says, give me a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Even Rabbi Tzadok did not follow Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavne initially. These kinds of arguments from silence indicate that those 15 years were really ones in which the established Jewish leadership were not aware of what could we possibly do to accommodate ourselves and to move forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Avon's basic thesis, which is a great amount of opposition to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, but ultimately he was victorious in that kind of decision. Okay, we'll pause for a couple of questions. Some tough things here. Yes, Mr. Moore.
Where was God? Because you have like seven great people, like you said, they had Kodesh for like a feeling or something, you know. It doesn't matter especially if you reach that way.
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience who might not hear on, especially like, where was God during all this picture? And so first of all, I have to use full disclosure. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not allowed to dispense theological information because I'm not a card-carrying member of the Technical Club, so to speak. But you can certainly ask that kind of question to Rabbi Grunstein, who will, I'm sure, give you a very profound answer. The sources that analyze this material, like Dalia Alon, for example, so on, they won't ask that question, which is not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, but I'll speak as a Pashut Yid, a simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in the ability to make the right decision, shall we say, that doesn't mean that God isn't with the Jewish people, with the new leader. And here's Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Again, apologies to Rabbi Grunstein, shot here. So we'll go. Okay, so let's understand something about his legacy, and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted smicha, that he was the person really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is really quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures in Judaism before the destruction of the temple, it was most certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of who were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime, because this is, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And these lone scholars who had no official authority, no kind of like dispensation from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devoted themselves entirely to the study of the Torah. These were people that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as Rabbis, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of formal stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great teacher like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's innovation here, which I admit I still have some historical problems with, but I'm giving over the pieces now anyways, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority, because the Jews are free to simply, give their authority to their local rabbi. In many ways, in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbi over the chief rabbi. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate or national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages which I think are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, "Do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to rebuild them better than they were before," which the commentators explain. Like in Israel, there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And let's say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular, statue of Mercury, Mercubus, as is mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard, something like that. So you want to go over there and you want to destroy that statue. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Because right now he has a statue up there that's made out of plaster. If you go over and you knock it down, given the reality of the governing authority in Israel right now, the Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze, or maybe even silver. So what's the point? You will have just created another altar, and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach, saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological level that you should go and you should get rid of all idolatry, but let's be smart about this, because it may be that it'll come back to haunt you, and you will it'll backfire, and you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of steps back from the ideological demands of the Torah and says, let's be real about the political situation we're living in, similar to his negotiation with Vespasian in the first place. Another beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of the Avos to Rabbeinu of Rabbi Nassan, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads, if you are holding a seedling in your hand, right? You have like a tree seedling, you're about to plant it, and someone comes to tell you that Mashiach has arrived. the Messiah is here. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, plant the tree first, then go see Mashiach. Which is, an amazing statement, because although you think that if Mashiach is really here, oh my gosh, drop everything, right? Because this is the end of times, it's the apocalypse, and this is Rabbi ben Yochanan ben Zakkai who says, no, look, you got to take care of the business that's going on right now. Take care of the future. You're planting a small tree. If he really is here, Mashiach is here, then it'll be irrelevant whether you have the tree or not. But, be smart. Plant the tree first. So this is the national realist approach that we see throughout his entire lifespan, and ultimately it is the strategy that allowed the Jews to survive the tremendous crisis of the destruction of the temple. So with that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your support and your attention. I'm really happy you could come, and I wish you an amazing week. Thank you very much. Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is the penultimate class of the season. We're going to speak about an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. You're signaling, and I should step this way. Yeah, so you can see the screen, right? Okay, very good. But you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. It'll be okay. Anyways, first I have to tell the joke. The joke goes like this. We are going to speak about a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews and influential thinkers of the 20th century. And he comes from a line that really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Oh, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ibn Tibbon, maybe, Ashkenazi, certain names that really, go through many generations, names you might not be so familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate for many generations, and Soloveitchik is one of them. And one of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rav. And so the joke, the introductory joke for tonight, is actually a true story about the Brisker Rav. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rav, and a shochet comes in, a ritual slaughterer, and says, Rabbi, I just shechted a cow, worth 500 rubles, and I'm concerned that perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? So the Brisker Rav goes out, the students follow him, and he inspects the cow, and he says, in fact, it's not kosher. This animal is treif, not kosher. And it's a huge loss, because now it's no longer fit for Jewish consumption. He has to sell it at regular rates, which are like 1/10 of the rates that you would get for kosher meat. And the shochet says, okay, well, what can you do? They go back to studying, and then as they're in the middle of their Talmudic section of the middle of their Talmudic study, a woman bursts in the room. She says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home, and I saw it wasn't kosher. I brought it back to the shochet, and he refuses to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do? So he says, okay, let's go have a look at the chicken. And so the woman takes him back to the shochet, and they have the chicken there, and it's the same shochet, of course, the same slaughterer. And the shochet is furious, and he is angry. He's livid. His face is like a thermometer. He's all red with anger, and they're arguing over this chicken. And the Brisker looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, the chicken is treif. And the shochet gets furious. He stomps in anger, and he says terrible things to the Brisker Rav. He impugns his honor, his integrity, and his intelligence, and he orders them out of the store. So the students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake with a large cow, 500 rubles, and he was like accepting the zeros on that. So God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. What happened? So the Brisker Rav apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God. and he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musser in that little story, a lot of wisdom. We're allowed, we can, well, I'm not going to spell that out for you. Rabbi Grunstein can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about the brisker Romanary. Stevie, you're about to groan, and you're waiting for the punchline. Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. Okay. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and welfare news. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next week, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who is associated with another great institution of Jewish learning, Touro College, as we will study the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. One last good and welfare thing, this kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in this Learnathon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of our hair. Get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncsy.org, and he would appreciate it. Read a little bio and things like that. Meanwhile, let's go straight to our material. Okay, let's go full screen. Okay, so as I mentioned in the introductory story / joke, our topic tonight is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This is one of those names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the Vilna Gaon, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Vilna Gaon student Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who was one of the forebears of the Soloveitchik dynasty. Incidentally, the reason why Rabbi Chaim, we don't have a surname attached to him, is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jewry, for example, you find surnames that go back to Middle Ages, things like that. But in Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers. That it was, as states became more sophisticated, as they moved towards direct taxation of individuals from the medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation-state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, began to impose the requirement that Jews and other peoples take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. And I'm not sure if all of them are true, but for example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could buy you could bribe the official to get a really beautiful name, like Rosenkranz or Rosenberg, or these are names, Field of Roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion, or it's a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register my surname as Cat's Elbow. But that's why so many Jews have surnames that are related to professions like Schneider for tailor, or they're related to the traditional son of the father's given name, like my name, Abram's son of, I probably had an ancestor named Avram, and so his son was the first one to take the name, and so on. So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from him. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also in their highly highly original, creative approach to study. And in fact, it is through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of Brisk. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundaries were really quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker Derech, or the Brisker way of studying Talmud, is a highly analytical method which takes a text and using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down into its component elements without looking at its content. So rather than looking at the subject that Talmud is discussing, the Brisker Derech will analyze, well, what is the question? What is the response? What is the refutation? And they can map out a sugya or a section of the Talmud simply by its structural form rather than the content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method and was highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rosh Yeshiva heads of these yeshivas like the Mitzir of Naftali Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family. Of course, we have the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we will discuss. That was a relative of our protagonist today. Ms. Abrams, you have a question?
That's right.
Yes,
I think you're asking a brilliant question, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question, for those of you who are in Latvia and watching us on the internet, you might not be able to hear, as a brilliant student who attends every week, who asks, if we are focusing, if I can paraphrase it, if the Brisker Derech focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? And just to give you a short answer, though, the content is truly revealed by the form. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in the text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all of these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that the Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's up to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins and the next one ends. And the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the truck, the cancellation of the Torah text reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The truck is only the musical notation of the sounds, but with the musical notation, you know where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please. The Chavetz Chaim, I don't think the Chavetz Chaim is within like 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchiks. They're definitely Lithuanians. It's the same tradition, correct? In the sense, you mean the Chavetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement? The people or the movements? The people. I don't think they are related, although they do come from the same region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Radin, which was the Chavetz Chaim yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker Derech. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago. We looked at the Chavetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, his youth, he was born in 1903 in Prujana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 17 border changes between, really during his lifetime and before. His father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old, they moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, was influenced by the large number of Lubavitch Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers of the Rav, by the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, ViralRabbi. So that there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator, the Mishnah, Rabbi Ovadia Bartonora, is called the Rav. There's a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they're well known. So I'll just probably use that designation. As a young boy, the Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart in terms of its trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud. And he spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya as a very young man. We're talking about an early adolescent. So much so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud, which was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchik scion, and so they actually pulled him out of his close association with one particular Baruch Reisberg and said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really got to get him back to Tosfos," and he, ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thought. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depths of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theurgic value of our everyday actions, and is an absolutely amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were either at University of Berlin together, or perhaps it was in Paris. He Paris, thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikvah when he was in close association with the Rabbi who would go to the mikvah every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. You see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting controversies. Like, for example, with regards to the education of women, the Rav was a controversial proponent of the study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-educational groups, and the Rabbi Rebbe held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud. For similar reasons, even though their worldviews were quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and by the time he was 18, they had to leave that region. They fled from the Bolshevik Revolution, and when all of this settled down, in 1914, of course, you have World War I. 1917, the Russian Revolution. The entire region is thrown into chaos with the German army moving over the front lines and then being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately this created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the city with the largest Jewish population. I'll have to check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian style Talmudists, you had Jews who were Hasidim, you had Jews who were Zionists of all stripes, you had Jews who were communists, you had Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating, Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish national movement, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live for everyone, but especially for Jews who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was a time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe, organized themselves into political parties, and actually won seats in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially influenced by his mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, but with a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother, Alea Shalom, she also went to one of these kinds of schools, although she went to one that had a more Zionist bent. But, they would come out of these high schools with a working knowledge of several languages, and not only several languages, several language families. It's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but, they would come out of these places with 3 or 4 different language families represented. Very high-level education. He attended the the Free Polish University in Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically Jewish, but widely admired by Jews in the 19th century, primarily because he was the preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. If you recall, way back at the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, his relationship with Moses Mendelssohn in particular. Kant created a kind of moral system that was independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, I memorized that because I love the way the sound sounds. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who are looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so soaked in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious text. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it, and I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who was kind of the entree into the wider world of Enlightenment thought. Okay, pause for questions. Does anyone say no question? Emmanuel Kant? Fine?
Yeah, you're just fucking.
Emmanuel Kant. Okay, well, but that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, like many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like a perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it? We should all be Protestant Christians because that's the way it works out. But another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then, okay? All right. And it was at this time that he met his Rebbitzin, Tonya Levitt, who was also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Vienna. Here's a picture of them when they were a little bit older. She predeceased him by some 30 years, but she was also a very heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move, though, to the more significant chapter of his life where most people associate him with the 20th century. The 1920s was a period of tremendous exuberance and potential in Poland for Jews. But that came to an end by the end of that decade as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany. But every country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Germans, Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, I guess we say Latvia for the Latvians. Goes on and on like this. And so Poland became a much less tolerant place for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in the urban areas. You could walk down main streets in Poland and there would be all these Hebrew and Yiddish signage everywhere. And Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that the capital cities had been invaded by so many nationalities. Ukrainians were also a popular target for them, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more measures to try and restrict Jewish activity, movement, and so on. And one of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There wasn't numerous clauses where only a certain number of Jews could take a place in the university, but they were forced to sit at the back of the auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back and so on. It's kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benchers when people ever ask me if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but nobody gets it, but I like it. And these kinds of restrictions just made Poland less and less tolerant a place. And those Jews who were prescient realized that things were looking very dark on the horizon. One of those Jews, for example, was the right-wing executive Rabbi who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. Anyway, so the Rachel family found a way to go out of that inhospitable environment. For example, his father, Mayer, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. He never actually moved to the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah Theological Seminary in New York City. Later in the 40s, he became part of the Eastern status so the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. Our this unity, by the way, was the northern campus of YU. Actually mentioned, I meant to finish this subject to the book's reputation. Not afraid to see that we have preparation built in for economic all the time. But I never really spent a lot of time working with the ideas of ROTHSCHILD. I found how that would work. Understand. And so there's always a difference of my thought was aware of my work and it's obviously who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes, you're expecting some brilliant insights into the life of the Rav. Forget it, I'm sorry you're wasting your time this far. This is going to be very basic, biographical kind of approach, and I will leave the experts to speak about the significance of stuff. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my wife is a graduate of the social work school and we spent a few memorable years in New York City. We lived actually not too far from this building in the faculty housing for a while, and I learned to work with mentors, and I enjoyed tremendously. That's fantastic people, but that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you move out of the little safe zone of the University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the first off. Oh, so he went to YU, and he really actually landed in the country in a very short period of time. He moved to Boston, where he spent the rest of his life. He for his classes at YU when he later took a position there. But it's in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first accepted a rabbinic position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world. But Boston, with Harvard, MIT, these tremendous institutions of higher learning, this is a place where Soloveitchik really belongs, and he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he's most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because obviously Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of the Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker, and so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, was subject to the same kind of searing analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Brisker. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides, and in school Maimonides exemplifies both the world of Talmud learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well published, as it were, for the 12th century, and so that's what the school is named after. There's a lot of controversial elements to the Maimonides school, such as, for example, the gender-neutral study of the Talmud, with boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room, which is the idea of women studying Talmud separately. It's quite radical. We're talking about the 1930s, not the 1970s. This is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very proud to be a bold figure, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was such that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva world. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston's where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with, more than any other institution, Yeshiva University. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941 and also professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a little bit about what this institution is. I'm just going to ask my daughter, Elisa, would you give me another one of these? I must be, because I'm nervous talking about the route. Thank you so much. His father had unfortunately passed away, and he was the Malay Makom who filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by being an institution. And note that he is, of course, a dual professorship, and also in two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is Yeshiva. It has a branch, which is a traditional rabbinical seminary, modeled very much on the Lithuanian style yeshiva, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really the crux of the matter of what's the Rav, what do we stand for? For 40-odd years, hugely influential. Did not publish much until later in his life. He wrote quite a bit, but he was highly hesitant to actually enter it into printed form to be circulated. We'll talk about that more in a little minute. But through these 4 decades of activity, he ordained approximately 2,000 American rabbis. And so his specific influence on American Orthodoxy was signal. It was extremely important because his worldview was stamped upon such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic. I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday that I'm going to give this lecture, and he said to me an interesting thing. He said, if you look at the span of people who claim the Rav as their personal Rebbe, as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right wing kind of black hat, we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal approaches which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and so on, and they all find a home in the thought of the Rav. And so it's very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that he believed when you look at such a wide range of students, but it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. So we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, you know what, let's do that first and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. Okay. So he is associated with a movement that is often called the modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly does it mean? So if we lay out a spectrum here, a so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left, openness, so this arrow here points to increasing degrees of openness to society, willingness to engage in the wider world, whether it be through non-Jewish culture, through sporting events, through music, art, ideas. I mean, how open are Jews to the larger trends of the human condition outside of the shtetl of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. If we put a spectrum that goes out this way to openness, and we put on the other side a spectrum that is insularity, to what degree do we regard the outside world as toxic, that these things are going to pollute our pure ideologies, that are going to influence us to pursue paths of activity that are contradictory to our core values. So if we have this kind of left-right spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Charedim. It's a Hebrew term, an Israeli term, meaning the tremblers, those who tremble at the word of God, verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call yarmulke culture. You know, this week, I always thought it was funny, but no one else laughs at it. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva world, or Hasidic. They tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to any of this. They're totally different. Well, we'll get to that maybe another point. Then if we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform Judaism, which is perhaps the most open of all movements. You know, in a joking way, people say we're not talking about the 10 Commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions. But okay, it's just not working. It's not fun. Reform is much more open to the idea of, embracing the totality of human experience and every expression and so on. And it's quite different from the insular Hasidic movement. We have to put the conservative movement somewhere over here, definitely towards the open end of the spectrum, but not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the problem is there's a barrier, there's a big leap between anything that's over here and over here. And that is this idea of the 613 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Sinai. Does the Torah come from God in the form that we have it now? And, very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments binding? Or do we say, this particular commandment is not human in origin, it's not divine in origin, it's human in origin, it's no longer relevant? We do say that there's some things are related to particular circumstances, for example. A lot of the commandments are related to the practices in the temple. The temple is no longer standing, so those commandments are no longer practiced. But it's not that they are abandoned; they're simply no longer applicable until the temple is recreated, so to speak. They're simply, existentially impossible. But for example, prohibition against homosexuality, which is a very difficult problem in a society that is growing very permissive of homosexual behavior. The Orthodox have a very difficult time saying, well, this is no longer applicable, whereas the conservative reform movement is easier. And I'm not going to generalize about them, but it's easier to say, well, this is an expression of a particular time and age in a human document and so on. If you accept that all of the commandments are binding, then you will likely be in the Orthodox camp, regardless of how well you observe them. You will be in the Orthodox camp. If you don't necessarily accept that number 613 as binding, then you're probably going to find yourself in this camp. The modern Orthodox world is right about here. So they are just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their sense of openness is the furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, they're still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism, believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not afraid of engaging in modern culture, politics, art, and so on. That's kind of like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. Anyways, it's one of the most moderate approaches, and the middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side. Yeah, we'll disagree. Okay. Any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to denominationalism? Makes perfect sense. Okay, great. So let's go. So now that's where modern Orthodoxy, traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard it applied to Jews who, let's pick it up. There's one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in the among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or a related term social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of its line and still try and see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gatherings, they just that's just what we do. We are Jedi, as the Wall Street article or the New York Times article said about it. That's what Jedis do, like from the Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is. Worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern Orthodoxy, really. Modern Orthodoxy it's a shita. It's a learned opinion saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores. We also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist at some level. Yes, Rabbi. Flexodoxy. I like that. I like that flexodoxy. Dati light, right. Like religious light. Conservadox, right? Well, conservadox sort of makes sense because that's kind of like crossing the border there. Anyways, let's go on. This is fun. Let's go straight to that now. Where does this ideology come from? So, the basic intellectual roots of modern Orthodoxy can be traced most prominently to Rabbi Samson Lefrover, who we spoke about last year. Very, very important 19th century thinker who, felt that the way modern Europe was headed, it was impossible for Jews to try and retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. The idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea and the reality of Jews who are slowly being admitted to universities to act in Gustav Mahler and the symphony and so on. They're finding all kinds of new advances. Hirsch felt that the horses are already escaping the barn. If we try to close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do, this is such a weird metaphor. What he tried to do is he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at what is Judaism and a pruning of those accretions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do. And to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traversed that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of modernity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of like gone through the stages to develop into modern Orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapters of the Fathers, that reads, Yafa Talmud Torah im derech eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah with, quote unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, derech eretz, can mean in different contexts common courtesy. It can mean making a living. It can mean making love. It has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origins of what was called Neo-Orthodoxy, New Orthodoxy, later evolving into modern Orthodoxy.
I see. Basis strong protector and developing
Yeah, definitely. Very, very close relationship between the conservative movement in general used to be much further to the right. In Schechter's day, it was almost, impossible to really see the difference between a traditional conservative synagogue and an Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century. There were even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
so that they could be
Right. America is sui generis, and there is special impetus to participate in this work as much as possible. Why you connect, which comes from Yeshiva University, right? And you meet guys who might be appropriate to marry, and the questionnaire. Hilarious. She asked me questions. What do I do here? What do I do there? And then the question of Judaism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down into so many different. I think she decided that she liked, what did she say? She called herself modern machmir, which means modern Orthodox but strict, right? Like, she dresses in a certain way. Right, modern Orthodox machmir, the strict version. They have like so many different shadings of identity. Yeah. Okay, last question. A little bit later, they asked for actual behavioral markers. Like, do you go to movies? Do you watch television? Do you whatever? And those are my useful. By the way, actually, a fascinating study reminded me. I recently heard of research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Turo College. When she was a graduate student, she studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity, meaning cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly because we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat, not surprising, in their first semester. In the second semester, there seemed to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school. Right? They feel like cheating was tolerated, so on. The other fascinating thing that she discovered was she measured religiosity in two ways. One was a self-reporting, yes, I am religious, yes, I believe in God, yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you, whatever? Like she actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I shouldn't say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who reported actual religious behaviors, it took them several semesters to start cheating. Okay? So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing. But if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back on Rabbi for a while, right? Oh, so much nice. Rabbi Hirsch gets this philosophy of Torah in Derech Eretz. Now, that's the usual understanding of Yeshiva University kind of flowing from this intellectual origins. On many occasions, however, Rav Soloveitchik was asked about this, and he disagreed. He had a different personal take on it, which may not have resonated with his students as well. But he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, all Torah, all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. As he did, right? I mean, he was an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely, totally participate in secular society to the nth degree. Nothing was off limits, and at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar, simultaneously. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how he personally divided. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the rabbinical seminary, which was a male-only traditional rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, it also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience doing her master's degree there, was really a top-notch, research-oriented secular university with traditional secular values that are typical of the university world. Okay, let's go back to the one that I saved. Right, Torah Umada is the kind of slogan of the school. It means Torah and sort of secular knowledge. Umada is right, fascinating. He might be associated specifically. In public affairs, also very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Halacha Commission of the Rabbinical Council of America, and he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance, not typical for the era, on traditional Orthodox seating patterns. He very much going against the trend. Many Orthodox synagogues have done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer, but he maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by their congregations to sort of compromise. He said, absolutely, we have to maintain that kind of thing. But at the same time, while he was very strict with regards to these kind of doctrinal issues, he was much more in favor of associating with conservative and reform movements on an organizational level, which set him apart and often under heavy criticism from the right wing, who felt that any kind of formal association with conservative reform rabbis would lend legitimacy to these movements that the right-wing Orthodox felt were completely illegitimate and were taking people away from Torah study. Similarly, he was a strong supporter of interfaith dialogue with Christians, and his most famous writing, The Holy Man of Faith, was actually delivered first to a Christian college as a special address there. And he had some early association with the right wing. He was actually part of the Council of Torah Sages when it was established in 1941. But after World War II, the movement kind of moved in a direction separate from his ideology, and they went their separate ways. He remained very staunchly associated with religious Zionism, however, in the Mizrahi movement, where he was the honorary president. In fact, he was actually considered for the chief rabbi of Israel several times. He declined several times, and although he did apply in 1935 to be the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv and was not able to actually get that position, ironically. Okay, let me jump ahead to where we were supposed to be. We gotta go through all this stuff again. Okay, it's a late night when we start late. Okay, now, so the controversy associated with it is quite significant. The Orthodox right wing felt that he was too infatuated with modernity to be taken seriously. Despite the Soloveitchik name, despite his incredible and undisputed brilliance, they felt that his love affair with secular culture was intolerable, and therefore he was excoriated by the right wing. One area in particular that was kind of like a flashpoint in the controversy over it was the organization known as the Synagogue Council of America, which was a formal institution that had membership from all denominations of various Jewish streams. The right wing had all united pretty strongly behind a ban on participation in this kind of communal involvement, but the Rav felt that it was worthwhile and nevertheless maintained his membership in the movement. He did justify his opposition to the mainstream primarily because he made a distinction between what he considered very internal concerns and external concerns. The internal concerns were things like whether or not you have a mechitza in the synagogue. That for sure he was willing to lay down on the tracks for. But on the other hand, when there is an external threat, such as Soviet Jewry not being released, things like that, then he felt that Jews should present a united front. So in those areas, he felt that it was appropriate to participate, and in fact, he maintained his membership there. However, the large bulk of Orthodox Jewry, the right wing in particular, moved away from him on that position. At the same time, the Orthodox, very left wing, and the non-Orthodox felt that he was too strict about halakha because he was really, quite, attached to traditional halakhic mores in so many different ways. So his insistence on the mechitza, as an example that we turn to again and again, is something that made him distinctly unpopular on the left wing. That's primarily because he occupied that middle position that gives him two flanks to be criticized. It's much easier to be a radical than to only be criticized from one flank, but he was criticized from both ends. His major publications, there are two in particular that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit late. They were actually both written in the same era. He wrote them in 1944, but would not allow them to be published for many years later. The first one was known as Halachic Man, Ish HaHalacha, which was, it's an interesting work. On the one hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration written in the depths of the Holocaust to the yeshiva world that once existed in Eastern Europe. It's kind of like a family memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik stands above them all. But he describes the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred to it, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology like thinking to to traditional Talmudic study. It's a fascinating insight into it. I'll also expand on this a little bit with the halachic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've dipped into a couple times and always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I just spoke. I'm not sure if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion and by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a or a connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase based on someone who hasn't read the entire book. So check Wikipedia, you'll probably have a much better account of it than I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports this class. This young Israel is definitely very much an outgrowth of the Rabbi's philosophy. And so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced. On a more personal level, you can see his legacy in his family, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the Soloveitchik name. He had 3 children. His daughter Atara went on to head the Maimonides school. You'll forgive me for the typo up there, I'm sorry. And her husband was Rabbi Isidore Twersky, a Hasidic rabbi, the Talmud Rabbi, and also a professor of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's the kind of person you would expect to marry into the Soloveitchik family. His daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and also married a very important contemporary Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential thinker. I myself have enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay, good. How are you all? It's nice to see you. So, only the stalwarts that are left at this time of the year. Miami in May is a desert town, which reminds me of a short anecdote that my daughter Eliza Shoshana just mentioned to me, and I'll relate to you. So the joke goes that in Scotland, they have an annual festival to celebrate the art of the lumberjack. Where they throw the huge poles and things like that. And so they have this competition one year, and they have a Scotsman comes up first, and then the first competition is to see who can fell the largest tree. And the Scotsman comes up, his muscles bulging, and with his kilt flying, he swings this mighty axe, and with 2 blows, he knocks over this massive tree. And then they have a Quebecois guy that comes from France, from Quebec, and he walks up and his biceps are tearing out his plaid shirt, and he swings his axe 3 times, this massive tree falls down. Finally, they get this little old Jewish guy from Brooklyn, and he just kind of makes his way up there, sort of holding his back a little bit, and he picks up this axe, which is very difficult for him. He actually picks up one of the smallest axes. It's still very difficult. And I say, wait a minute, are you sure that you can do this? He says, yes, I'm sure. And so they say, all right, have at it. He picks up the axe, and without even, breathing hard, one swipe, and he knocks over the biggest tree in the forest. They're all amazed. They go up to him and they say, that was phenomenal. That was amazing. How did you do that? He says, well, you ever hear of the Sahara forest? And they say, what? The Sahara Desert? He says, now it's a desert. Okay, maybe I didn't tell so well, but anyways. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I'm afraid that's probably the last laugh we're going to have because it's a very dark topic, really. It deals with the Holocaust, and obviously that's a period of great pain and suffering for the Jewish people as a whole. Not to mention many other peoples in Europe in particular, and many Americans in uniform who went over to fight and to die in European and in North African battlegrounds, Pacific battlegrounds. But we're going to focus on one really amazing individual, Rabbi, also known as the Eish Kodesh, after his most famous work, a collection of sermons that were discovered in the rubble of the Warsaw Ghetto, also known as the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto, for his heroic decision to stay with the embattled Jews in that tremendously horrible environment of Warsaw under the Nazi occupation. And as a result of some historical accidents, we have a record of his activities during those terrible years, and they give us tremendous historical insight into the nature of the Jewish community under such tremendous trauma. So before I go into his life in general, I just have one little plug that I promised my son I would do. Here we go. My son Alexander is 15 years old, and he hopes to go to Israel this year on an NCSY program called Built Boys Israel Leadership Training. And we're really hoping that, the boy, he's definitely got down. The Israel, that's a destination of leadership. That will be fantastic if you can get some of that and training. So he's doing this learnathon here. Outside, you'll see there's little forms. If you want, you can tear something off, and you can sponsor him to manage the tuition for this huge event. We're really grateful that some of you have already. Thank you very much for sponsoring him already. Please go visit the website and think about getting him out of the house for 5 weeks and hopefully learning something really valuable in Israel, working with victims of terror and training on IDF bases and things like that. Okay, that's the plug. Let's go straight to the material today. So, the claim to fame here's one of the very few pictures that exists of the Rebbe. His name is Rabbi Kalmash Shapiro. The name itself says something about who he is. First of all, he was named after an illustrious grandfather who was named Kalonimus Kalman, and was the author of one of the greatest Hasidic works of the 19th century, the Ma'or Vashemesh. In order not to seem arrogant, he never referred to himself by his proper name, Kalonimus Kalman. He used the diminutive Kalmish to distinguish himself from his famous grandfather. He was nevertheless a scion of a very important Hasidic dynasty, and he lived at the tumultuous beginning of the 20th century and was martyred in the Holocaust, not in the Warsaw death camp, the Warsaw Ghetto itself, but in a related labor camp called Travniki, as we shall discuss shortly. He was famous before the war began, particularly for his educational theories and a remarkable book he wrote called Chovos HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students, which we will talk about this evening. But clearly his claim to fame in the second half of the 20th century is this amazing and absolutely unique work that he wrote in the Holocaust itself. So let's go into his life and work and try to understand a little bit about who he was and how he contributed to the Jewish world and to the body of Hasidic literature in a very unusual way. So as I mentioned, comes from a very famous grandfather, the Ma'or Vashemesh. He's related on several ways to many Hasidic dynasties. And as a child, he lost his father when he was very young, an infant, really 3 years old. He was raised by his grandfather and groomed really for leadership of his small Hasidic group. In fact, this loss of his father at a very, very tender age was a psychological element that is visible as a theme throughout his works. There's a thread of loss of the authoritative figure, a yearning for that father figure that you can see in most of his commentaries, and he wrote quite extensively during the 20s through the early 40s. At 18 years of age, his Hasidim decided to name him the Rabbi, very young age really to take on that mantle of leadership, but he was clearly quite worthy of it, and he ended up setting up a yeshiva in Warsaw itself, a major city. And I'm not sure how much of this is what they say in Hebrew, kuzma, exaggeration, but apparently the entrance exam to this yeshiva called Torah Moshe, if I remember correctly, was the memorization of 50 blot of Gemara. To know 50 folio, that is 100 pages of Talmud by heart, completely incredible achievement, but that is apparently what they say about his yeshiva in Warsaw. Very well regarded. He was married at a relatively young age. He had a smallish family with one son and two daughters. His wife unfortunately passed away in 1938, and all of his children were killed in the Holocaust, as we shall describe shortly. He survived them all and continued to write about them and their memories long after. So his first major achievement, the signal achievement of the 1930s that placed him on the map of Jewish intellectuals of the era, was this remarkable book called Chovas HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students. It is a truly unique work, and it is essentially how to be a 12-year-old. It's a book on childhood for children, written in the 1930s. It's clear that he was fairly well read in psychological literature of the day, particularly in German, and he quotes and paraphrases it with some frequency, but it is undeniably a work of Hasidic thought. Basically, it is the first volume in a multi-volume series that he authored, only one of which was published before the war, another was published privately, I'll talk to you about it in a second, and two others were discovered after the war. But he basically wrote this book on how to be a 12-year-old, and then later he wrote a book called which is more or less how to be an 18-year-old, one more volume, which is really about how to be a 25-year-old, and it's basically defining stages of childhood, adolescence, and then this category of emerging adulthood. And he attempted through these books to really guide people on the road to maturity for the sake of Jewish leadership. And I'll explore those concepts shortly. It is a truly brilliant work. It begins with an introduction that's written for parents and teachers, which is very valuable. It's on what is the meaning of education in Jewish philosophy. And then he speaks directly to the 12-year-old, although in a very unusual way. The first thing he does in Chovas HaTalmidim is he writes about how don't be afraid of Judaism. You're not going to have to give up being a kid. You love playing ball, you love running in the streets with your friends, all that is okay. Don't look at, the rabbis sitting and studying and say, oh my gosh, that looks so dull. Don't worry, you will get to that stage where it will seem as fun as playing ball. Just enjoy your ball right now, but while you're playing, remember that you have these other obligations, hence Chovas HaTalmidim, the obligations of students. He says, first of all, you have to develop, to a 12-year-old, a certain level of self-knowledge. You have to know your own strengths and your weaknesses. And do not recognize your weaknesses as flaws that must be, eliminated. Recognize them as core elements of your personality that must be harnessed. And he argues that there's no such thing as a bad midah, a bad character trait. It's just a character trait that has to be directed properly. To give you an example, he says, let's say you are a very obstinate person, an akshan. You're very argumentative and difficult and so on. He says, you may find that gets you into a lot of arguments, and people may not find you so pleasant and so on, but in reality, that is a tremendous skill for a leader, because it means a leader who has that capability can be courageous under criticism, can withstand various challenges in order to remain focused on a single goal. That's actually a very admirable characteristic. And he goes through a whole list of characteristics. He says all of these things are truly very valuable for you. And furthermore, he says you might be overwhelmed with the task. You may say, oh my gosh, my mother is always talking me a China. She's always giving me a hard time over this behavior or that behavior. How am I ever going to change? He says, don't worry, you will be able to control these characteristics. And he says, for example, who taught you how to sleep in a bed without falling off at night? even when you're unconscious. When you were a child, they had to put bars up or give you a crib so you wouldn't fall out of bed. But as you grew older, even in your sleep, you could control your movement and make sure you stay on the bed at night. So he says, if you can do that, you can certainly learn these other ideas. It's really beautiful and motivating and a very powerful work. So much so that it became an instant classic. It was published and republished many, many times. Although a couple of interesting requests to publish it were denied. And that's specifically relating to what he put at the very end of the book, which is really a fascinating insight into what he planned for the rest of the series. This, by the way, is one of many images I'm going to show you today from the phenomenal American photographer Roman Vishniak. His visit to Poland in the 1930s, it was the late 30s, 1937 and 38, recorded the state of Jewish life just before the Holocaust for generations, and his very expressive sensibility, his understanding of light and texture and personality really comes through in these photographs. I hope you enjoy them. I chose a lot for this slide. At any rate, at the end of Chovas HaTalmidim are 3 essays called Shloshim Ma'amarim, which are just straightforward Kabbalah. They're all about Jewish mysticism, and they seem so discordant in a book about 12-year-olds. How could you include things which are considered really, reserved for people of great learning? How could you put them in a children's book? And he was criticized for this, and several publishing houses asked him, please, can we print a version of your children's book, but without those 3 adult essays in the back? And he refused. They were an integral part of the work because he had to convince students that there's going to be a massive world of ideas ahead of them. The kind of things that he explores, particularly these 3 essays, are his mystical, his technique of using visions, his technique of attempting to visualize certain things in order to make the experience more powerful. So, for example, he has very evocative descriptions of what it must have been like to be a slave in Egypt, or what it must have been like to serve in the temple itself. Very dramatic and flowery language, and very powerful emotive scenes, and this is part of his whole theory of trying to create a visual image of the meaning of the various mitzvot so that people would be more inspired by them. At any rate, this book became a huge popular seller, and it has been translated into English no less than twice, and it is a staple in many Hasidic school systems to this day. Okay, I saw a question over there. Yes, Lisa Abramson. Well, I think I answered that question, didn't I? Well, that's a different issue about finishing the curriculum. But the first issue is, really, it's because of the Kabbalah and the Rabbi. In fact, we have at home an English translation. There's 2 big ones. Simcha or Mika Odenheimer, very beautiful literary translation published by Aronson, and another translation published by Art Scroll, which is a very beautiful Hebrew-English edition. The Art Scroll edition, however, when it gets to those Kabbalistic passages, it tends to kind of fudge the translation and say, like in brackets, what follows is a little bit too technical for most of the material, and so the English translation is not true to the Hebrew at all, and not apologetically, but that's really one of the reasons that it never really took off outside of the Hasidic circles. Yes. No, unfortunately not.
And approximately when he was
Well, let's see, he was born in 1889, so this is published in 32, so that would make him, about 40 years old. He died, I think, at 54. Okay, I'm going to go on. I'm going to ignore you for now. Okay. Is it a follow-up to your previous question, or is it... Oh, so I cut you off. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. In order to answer that question, I have to know something about psychology, which I don't especially. My feeling is he read a lot of pop psychology. I don't think he read Freud in the original. I don't think he read the entire interpretation of dreams. I think he read, like digested versions that were easily accessible. But this is definitely a Hasidic work, not so much of a psychological work. I know you're going to read it as soon as you get home. Okay, now this gives you an idea about what else he's doing at the same time. Also in 1932, he privately circulated a little pamphlet, a remarkable little pamphlet called Bnei Machshava Tova, which means people of good thought. And unlike the Chovas HaTalmidim, which was designed for 12-year-olds, this was designed for his elite students only. And in this small book of less than 100 pages, he outlines a manifesto for nothing less than changing the entire Jewish world. He argues in Bnei Machshava Tova, ideas which are evidence of some of the other works that eventually were published after the war, that the Jewish world had become desiccated and reified by externalities. He said that what's happening in Poland today, it sounds very familiar in many ways too. I think our situation, people are very caught up in, costumes and who's with one ideology and who's with another ideology. And everyone's like really sticking to one particular point of view and fighting with others without really thinking about what is at the heart of the matter, what is at the heart of Judaism, and what unites us rather than what divides us. He says that, he blamed this, by the way, on the failure of teachers to effectively communicate the warmth and the power of Judaism to the generation of youth. He said that no wonder that our youth are fleeing traditional Judaism for political movements like Zionism and communism. They're emigrating to America. They're doing all kinds of things except staying in yeshiva and studying intensely. And that's because we have failed, he says, in inspiring these youth. So he wrote this little book called Bnei Machshava Tova, which was really designed for his elite top students to transform the Jews of Poland in particular through the creation of small cells of highly supercharged, motivated Jews, sort of like Hasidic Jesuits, if you will, who will go out to the various far-flung corners of Europe. Really, in this way, he anticipated the Shlichut movement of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who didn't start doing this until I think the late 50s or early 60s, sending out Jews to far-flung corners of the world. But the Piaseczner Rebbe imagined like small groups of perhaps 4 or 5 Jews going out there, where they would meet regularly and they would practice various meditative techniques, in particular one that he called hashkata, which means silencing, which is a gradual silencing of the internal monologue that goes on in one's mind until one reaches a moment of like complete silence where your brain is not even thinking. And he would encourage these people to go out there and then work with each other. Here's another Roman Vishniak picture, is one of my favorites here, where he encouraged these people to go out and teach ordinary Jews the tremendous power of Judaism. And he hoped that by avoiding labels and by perhaps being post-denominational, to use a modern term, he would be able to transform Poland. Unfortunately, he was never able to put this into effect because the war truncated his efforts. And the only reason that we know about this book is because several of his students survived with copies of this book. And even though it says explicitly on the inside that this book is not to be republished, they went and they asked the Gera Rebbe, another major Hasidic rabbi, if under the circumstances it would be permissible, and in fact he agreed, and so the book was nevertheless published and made available to legislators. So you can see what he had in mind with the Bnei Machshava Tova. So to try and sum up his pre-war work, we see that his public face is very much towards children's education, but his much larger plan is nothing less than really transforming the Jewish landscape as a whole. Now, as I mentioned, his efforts were truncated or were cut short by the Nazi occupation of 1939, which extended until 1944 when the ghetto was finally reconquered by the Red Army. That's a very sad and horrible story that I'd like to go over just in a few minutes to give context to the most important achievement of the Piaseczny Rebbe's work, which is primarily those writings that he completed in the ghetto itself. War broke out in September 1st, 1939, when the Nazis began bombing Warsaw tremendously. The city was already home to several 100,000 Jews, and in the bombing raids, many Jews from the surrounding Stadtblock, or I should mention, by the way, Piaseczno, which is kind of hard to pronounce if you're not familiar with the Polish alphabet. Piaseczno is a small suburb of Warsaw, about 14 kilometers or about 10 miles distant from the city itself. Really, in many ways, would be called the Warsaw Rabbi, but that was kind of like a very grandiose title, and so therefore he preferred to be called simply the Piaseczny Rabbi, which is just like this very small town close to Warsaw itself. He divided his time between Piaseczno and Warsaw. They're not too far distant by horse and carriage, and he spent about half the year in Warsaw, just like many people spend half the year in Miami and head back up to New York. So it really could have been called the Warsaw rather than the Piaseczno. It was fun to bombings. So the Jews from the surrounding Stadtblock and were probably ironically safer in the city under these circumstances, and so the Jewish population just grew during the early bombing months, and that turned out to be quite disastrous for those Jews who were attracted to Warsaw. The ghetto itself was a confused and difficult place for Jews and non-Jews during the initial months of the war, primarily because the Nazis did not seem to have a clear idea what exactly they were supposed to do with the Jews in these large urban environments. It took several months before the Nazis finally decided they wanted to build a wall around Warsaw, around the Jewish quarter. They did not build walls around all of the ghettos. In fact, most ghettos were unwalled, and the Jews were kept in by social pressure by non-Jews who would turn them over to the Nazis if they tried to escape, and so on. But the other difficulty was that if you look at the patterns of Jewish settlement in urban areas, Jews tend to be urbanized from the very beginnings of most major cities, and so they tend to occupy the downtown regions of most of these areas, places where there are ports, by the river and things like that. And ironically, that means that since they're downtown, the earliest developed places, they tend to have large municipal buildings, hospitals, cathedrals, all kinds of buildings like this are also built in great proximity to Jewish neighborhoods. So therefore, the idea of saying that you can just draw a square line around Jewish settlement instead of defining this as the ghetto, the actual map of the ghetto was a crazy counter kind of arrangement, keep in as many Jews and allow non-Jews access to buildings that they value very much. So when they finally got around to it, really it was well into 1940s when they began sealing off the ghetto, and there's a program in November of 1940s showing Jews involved in the construction of the walls themselves. Jews had to find it, Jews had to man it, and so on, and they effectively sealed themselves off from the outside world. Following that, a particularly disastrous winter of 1941, the Jews were Warsaw were subjected to a strategy known by many historians as a strategy of attrition, which is distinct from the strategy of production which characterized other ghettos. In Warsaw, it seems that the Nazis had the idea that the best thing would be to simply starve the Jews out of existence. They were given a ration of food, 150 calories per person, which is completely ridiculous. In America, an average adult male eats something between 2,000 and 2,500 calories per day. 150 calories per day is absolutely ridiculous. So the Jews turned to all kinds of ingenious and illegal activities to smuggle food into the ghetto. Create a huge recycling industries to try and take whatever resources were in the ghetto and transform them into goods that could be sold on the area side, that is the non-Jewish side, and it was primarily children who were responsible to carry goods out of the ghetto through various halls and passageways and tunnels and things like that, and then put food back into the ghetto. In fact, one observer, I think it was a man himself, if I remember correctly, we'll speak about him in a minute. He said that if there ever will be a monument to the heroism of the Jews in the ghetto, it should be a statue of a small child, because with the children really sustaining the majority of the population through their dangerous, illegal, and often fatal activities. Nevertheless, even the activities of the Jews in the recycling industries and selling whatever first jewels, things like that they would have, but it was not sufficient to feed them, and the Jews died in tremendous numbers of starvation and also of a related illness, typhus, disease carried by lice, especially affects people who are confined to malnutrition. As you can see in the photograph here, there's so many heart-wrenching photographs of people simply lying in the streets until they expired, and every morning, every nation would have to go through the streets and collect up bodies for mass burial at each street. Until 1941, these records indicates that there was up to 150 bodies typed off the streets of the Warsaw Ghetto. Just to give you some sense of the scope. It's hard to imagine that it's the greatest historical ghetto, and I know estimates that when the ghetto was at its most crowded, it had actually 14 people per square meter of residential space, which is incomprehensible. A square meter is about a square yard. To have 14 people standing 1 square yard for sitting space, it meant that the vast majority of people were living outside, stay away from hallways, things like that, and no one could decorate this. This photograph here is taken from the uprising in 1943, but in many ways the ghetto was, its fate was sealed already in the summer of 1942. The Nazis at that time had moved from the strategy of Einsatzgruppen, which were these mobile killing squads moving through small Stadtland of Europe, gathering up the Jews and shooting them and having them fall into the urban centers where Jews have been collected in ghettos were empty, massive operations which deported all the Jews from the ghettos to deportation from Warsaw began on the side of the only a tiny minority of Jews remained after the deportation. Approximately 10 to 50% of Jews were left. It was only after the deportation, among those main stragglers, the Jews finally attempt to resist the uprising. And it was very powerful uprising that delayed the Nazis some 6 weeks, which were really quite amazing. It was primarily a symbolic. There was no way that the Jews could actually have any impact on the Nazi beast under such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, they did mount this very meaningful gesture, which sent reverberations across the Allies and many other resistance movements who felt that, if the Jews could be rebelling in the ghettos, that must mean that we can all rise up against the Nazis. Now, we actually have some footage from the Warsaw Ghetto, which was produced often by Nazis who would visit the ghetto when they were on furlough, when they were off duty. Many of them went in, took many of the photographs you're seeing tonight, and they also even brought in their 8mm cameras, and we have some footage. So I have a short clip here I can show you that it's in color. I believe it was colorized. I believe they used computer technology to enhance the image, and it's just a picture of the deportation. So here you get a sense. It's a 2-minute video. Mr. Rodriguez. You have a little sense of, seeing it in color makes it feel so much more real and so much less distant than the black and white treatments.
What do you think?
I'm guessing these images were taken in the spring of 1941. I think perhaps more terrifying than the sight of these children begging in the streets is the fact that so many people can simply walk right past them. That it's an absolutely normal phenomenon for just to see people dying like that. Jewish policemen. Jews were also put in charge of policing themselves. Okay, so that gives you some sense of the speed in which the session was required to rise to its greatest achievements. So let's look at one of the most famous books that has ever from the Holocaust. The title given to it by its publishers was Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire. It's not clear exactly why this title was chosen. There's one of the exceptions to a concept of holy fire, but that was not the title that he used himself. He called his book Discourses on Torah from the Years of Wrath, the Years of Anger. So let's get a sense of the history of this remarkable book. First of all, it was discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker. They were clearing the rubble from the ghetto, and as they're digging up the rotted floorboards of an apartment building, he discovered some milk cans buried underneath. He opened up the top of one of these tin milk cans, and he found it was filled with manuscripts. He turned them over to the Jewish Historical Society, where they've been dormant for another 10 years until a researcher named Rabbi was specifically looking for the writings of these that Rabbi went to the Jewish Historical Society and found them. He then had them microfilmed, brought to Israel, and were published in the early 1960s. And there are several works. The motivation and the methodology of this cachement of the documents was no doubt the result of this man's work. This is Emmanuel Leibel, the so-called historian of the Warsaw Ghetto. An amateur historian with significant high school training, but not really advanced academic training. And I take that from someone else. He actually did have advanced historical training. He mobilized the whole cadre of volunteer historians, demographers, to go out and record everything that happened in the Warsaw Ghetto. And he had a whole army of people in that army. He had quite a few number of people who went out and took, measurements of living spaces, took statistics on how much food was coming in, how many people were dying. It was a result of Ringelblum's organization of this attempt to record everything that would know that an underground medical hospital was operative in the Warsaw Ghetto. We know that there were several newspapers that were functioning, a circulating library, even a theater was active in the Warsaw Ghetto because he had people recording all of these details. He also had one person who was specifically tasked to recording the religious life of Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, a man named Shimon Hubleband. Neither of them survived the war, but thankfully their writings did, because they would meet regularly in a secret organization called Oneg Shabbat, and they would submit all of their writings, they would critique them and refine them, and then ultimately, when it looked like the ghetto was going to be destroyed in the summer of 1942, they buried them all in these tin milk crates, and two of the three caches have been discovered to date, giving us tremendous insight into what happened actually in the ghetto. Here's a photograph of one of those milk crates. We don't use things like this anymore, so it's hard to imagine, but it's something about this high, and it had a twist-off lid, so it was fairly sealed, and it could obviously withstand the pressure and the time of being buried for so long. So at the top of this cache of documents was several books written by the Piaseczny Rabbi. This is the title page that's written in the Rebbe's own hand in Yiddish, and it says at the beginning, attention, anyone who finds these documents, please send them to my uncle who is in Tel Aviv, and let him keep them there for me until I come back for them. If I do not survive, then please let them be published and survive. There's also a heartfelt plea there for his oldest surviving daughter, Rachel, who disappeared one night. We now know that she was taken off in one of the Arizona and later gassed in a concentration camp. But at the time of writing, this was written in January of 1943, the Rebbe did not know what was the fate of his youngest daughter. And so with this document and the entire cache, they were sent to Tel Aviv ultimately and published. The other two books that were in there, besides the one that we're going to spend time talking about, were three books, Hachshars of Rechem, which is the book kind of like for 16-year-olds, and then there was Malcolm Sha'ari, which was a book for sort of 25-year-olds, and then there was his personal spiritual diary called Sam Zebus, which all three of which, Sam Zebus has been translated, the other two have not yet been translated. Now, what about the H Kodesh itself? This is a fascinating document, completely unique. Nothing like it exists in any literature on the Holocaust. Specifically, it's actually, before I tell you, I'll pause for questions. I'll pause for a while. Are you all interested? Since you all know what's in the book, you don't have questions.
Find out what was going on. There was a woman who was traveling around Poland. This guy is not Jewish women collecting information. You would come back to Warsaw.
Wow.
Something going on.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. Wow, fascinating.
Very, very, very active.
Okay, so now let me tell you about what is this book H Kodesh, because it's very unique. Basically, it is the record of his weekly sermons that he would offer on Saturday afternoons at the third meal, so-called Shalashidus drushes. Basically, this is a time in the traditional, unfolding of the Jewish week under Orthodox custom that, Friday night you have the special Kabbalat Shabbat service and you have a full meal at home, and then Saturday morning you have the morning services followed by typically a kiddush where people sit around and talk, and then the most somber moment of the day is when typically only men come back to the synagogue. They pray the afternoon service and then they sit down for a light meal, and there's usually kind of like a somber dark tone to what is said at that time because the Sabbath is on its way out by evening service and they get back to regular day. Warsaw Ghetto, the circumstances incomprehensible to us because people are starving, certainly not sitting around for bread and herring and things like that. They're having very meager rations. But the anticipatory move of wondering what will the Rebbe say, what will the Rebbe give us, how will the Rebbe give us the strength to be able to go into the difficult week that we have ahead of us. That's specifically the task that such a Rebbe had every week. These sermons right after Shabbat, you write them down, and we get a sense of what it must have been like to the Warsaw Ghetto. Now that it's not so simple though, because and this is why there's so few scholars who have really penetrated the depths of the Central Rebbe's work. Is that at no time to ever mention the word Nazi these instructions which are sincere biblical chaos. And if you didn't know the word was written in 1940, 41, 52, you would think some typical 19th century Hasidic text on but it's addressing themes over and over again, dealing with the theme of suffering, dealing with the theme of redemption, dealing with the theme of anticipated redemption, or dealing with the theme of God's justice in the world. Why does he keep returning to these thoughts? The fact is, his audience is specifically asking for these kinds of answers. Why is God not here? Why do we not see the immediate redemption of Jews from such tremendous suffering? And every week he has to come up with more answers and more tools, psychological and social and most importantly religious tools to allow Jews to come to terms with the tremendum of their suffering. A phenomenally difficult task. We can only imagine what he was going through. And so what these texts give us is a sort of metaphysical history of the Holocaust as they were experiencing it, in which the Rebbe tries to place it within the timeless context of the events of the Parsha, the events of the Torah itself. So, in other words, as Jews would be on that given Saturday reading about the story of Joseph in his captivity, so then the Rebbe would speak about Joseph's captivity, and you could hear between the lines he's talking about the Jews' captivity in Warsaw. There was a kind of a metaphysical concurrence between the events the Jews were directly experiencing and the timeless history of the Bible itself. And it's very clear that he was evoking a parallelism between how the Jews had experienced things in the distant biblical past and how this could be a lesson for them in the current day. This is based on a very deep Talmudic teaching of Masi Avos Simon Lamadim, that what happens to the ancestors is a sign for the descendants, meaning that we can find communion with our suffering in that of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob and so on. And quite often these things are really quite powerful and really overwhelming. However, to really understand them properly, you need to do two things, which most researchers have only limited tools to do so. One is you have to understand the biblical text in its Talmudic and Kabbalistic context, which is in itself a whole field of inquiry. And the second thing is you have to know the actual history of quotidian life in the Warsaw Ghetto to know what happened in the ghetto that week that he was speaking about this topic. And when you study the Eish Kodesh, alongside the extensive journal and diary literature that we have, we see that he's often making very direct connections between, a particular murder that the Nazis committed or an atrocity that happened somewhere, and that the Jews look for an answer, and he places that answer within his Saturday afternoon Russia. Very profound, and comfort to his audience, but nevertheless, it was done in a very poetic and powerful manner. We know from Shimon one of the sources of the Shabbat archive that he was gathering some to his Shalash's drushes, even when the Nazis had forbade Jews from gathering publicly for religious purposes. Jews were flocking to him to hear his message. We also know from him that he tried to avoid dividing Jews. Not by any means strictly Hasidic Jews or professional non-believing Jews, secular Jews, Jews of every political stripe that came to look for religious guidance from this man. And even though he had received requests from the resistance to spirit him away out of the ghetto, he refused. He saw that his purpose was to remain with the Jews in the ghetto, and as a result, he ultimately served them to the bitter end. One other detail, not a detail, perhaps the most central thing. You may be wondering, well, what did he say about the Holocaust as a whole? I mean, this is what he's writing about for 3 years. So when you go through the Eish Kodesh, you see that there's at no point where the Jews suddenly have a flash, like, oh my gosh, this is the Holocaust. Obviously, the term had not yet been invented. It was kind of like a gradual, perpetual increasing level of persecution, and worse every day, but only at an incremental level. So at some point, people would wake up and say, I can't understand what is happening at all on a religious level, personal level, and so on. So we see only one spot in the Eish Kodesh where he kind of steps over that line. And that's in a footnote that he added in January of 1943, shortly before he buried the manuscripts. Recall that in January of 1943, this is after the Warsaw Ghetto has been largely decimated, or I should say decimated, has been destroyed by the deportation. He comments on something that he wrote in 1940. In 1940, when he was talking about Hanukkah, he said, it's terrible how we're suffering now. But really, when you look at the story of the Jews in Israel during the period of Antiochus, in which we had the Hanukkah rebellion, we see that, this is a pattern. This happens to us from time to time, and we should deal with it and, strengthen our spines and just move on. Then he writes in the footnote in 1943, he says, I was wrong. He says, what I wrote in 1940, I could only have written then. But after what I've seen in 1941 and 1942, comparing it with my knowledge of all of Jewish history from the Talmud and the Midrash and so on, I can say, he writes, that there's never been a level of suffering in all of Jewish history that compares with what we are enduring in the Holocaust. He obviously doesn't use that term, but he says there's nothing like this. This is a novum. It is totally unprecedented. Question.
One of the things is, when I was growing up learning about the Holocaust, you get an idea that Hitler, from day one, wanted to kill all Jews. I think reading history, you see that there were turning points in the war. I think they invaded Russia in 1941. They thought that was going to be very easy. 2 or 3 months, and finished. I think in October, they started to realize
that's not going to happen.
I think they were afraid of American revenge during the war. And fear of that, I think, prevented them from killing the Jews. That ended December 8th, 1941. A lot of historians place the decision to exterminate December 18th, 1941. So the Germans didn't know they were going to destroy the Jews.
Absolutely.
So it's determined gradually to that decision that this is how we're going to handle it. We're not going to deploy some Western Europe, Western Europe, so it's something I think that is developing over time with the historical circumstances.
Absolutely.
It doesn't excuse anything the Nazis did.
No, it's about the mental recognition of what is going on. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. You're describing the older historical school known as the intentionalists, who argued that it was a conspiracy right from the very beginning, to the more modern school that argues a functionalist model. It says that, it sort of evolved as a result of the events of the war, a function of the war. The ghetto also was rife with rumors. I mean, there would be like rumors that would sweep through, like, America has invaded and has conquered all of France, and that would be like a year before they actually land on the shores. And Jews would have like moments of euphoria that would last a day or two, and then they would find out, no, we were wrong, and they would sink into depression. And because they had very few sources of reliable news. And the ghetto was just word of mouth, and you know how Jews can be with word of mouth. It's not necessarily a good thing. But let me move back to where we are right now, because we're going to talk about the Rebbe's personal tragedy, and then a little bit about his legacy in this context. The drushes are extremely moving and powerful, and I strongly urge you to consider reading them, although it's kind of dark reading in many ways. They're informed by his own personal association with tragedy. As I mentioned, his wife passed away in 1938, and he was survived by a son, a daughter-in-law, and another daughter, and I believe he had another daughter as well. It was 3 children, if I remember correctly. But in the context of the immediate bombing right after September 1st, 1939, it was on the holiday of, actually it was just a little before the holiday of Sukkot, when a bomb fragment went through the window of their apartment and struck his son. Fatally, as it turned out. They rushed him to the hospital, which was overwhelmed with casualties, civilian casualties, and it was very difficult for them to get treatment for him. As the father was running around trying to find a doctor to help his wounded son, his sister and his daughter-in-law stood outside the overcrowded hospital saying Tehillim, reciting songs. And at that point, another bomb actually fell directly outside the hospital and killed the sister and the surviving wife of his son, his daughter-in-law. A couple days later, with significant medical treatment, he had to take his son back home, where he expired a couple days later in the holiday. So within a very short period of time, the Piocean Rabbi loses almost all of his family and is completely devastated. There is a period of several years where he does not write. We can only assume that he didn't give a shalosh in Russia, and then he returns with an incredibly powerful passage on the Parsha of Chaye Sarah, which describes the death of Sarah. And this is something that I have to describe to you in brief. The Midrash records that the matriarch Sarah died when the Satan, Satan, came to her and said, "Do you know what your husband is doing? He's about to sacrifice Isaac on Har HaMoriah, or that sacrifice to the Lord." And the Midrash says that her soul burst forth and she died. Hearing the shock of what was happening to her son, she died. So the Rebbe quotes a midrash that says that amazingly she did this intentionally. That this was a kind of a message that this is too much. And he quotes in this context the Hasidic teaching of Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Rimanov that says that in the Talmud it teaches that a little bit of salt improves meat. You have a little bit of salt on your meat, it tastes much better. Too much salt ruins the meat entirely. And so too with suffering. A little bit of suffering for a person, that's good for character. You know what suffering is, I'll comment, it's good for you to suffer a little bit. But too much suffering can break a person. And so too, he gives us to connect the dots. He says, to God, as it were, too much suffering will break us. Just as Sarah, as a kind of a protest, gave her life up to indicate that, so too God, perhaps too much suffering was too much for us. It was a very powerful voice of protest, as it were, coming from a traditional Hasidic author, and to a sense of the depth of his suffering. However, in the summer, in the fall of 1940, the suffering the Jews endured then was nothing compared to what would come in the next 2 years. So, to kind of conclude by thinking about his life and work and his legacy, his principal teachings throughout, and these are themes which we see in his earlier works, and we see them also in Eish Kodesh, is the importance of simcha, the importance of happiness nevertheless, the importance of simcha, of joy throughout, even under incredibly difficult circumstances. He also emphasized the power of the moment, the power of making the right choice when the opportunities are presented. And I wish I had more time to give you more examples of this. But his teachings endured before the Jews were ever created. He was ultimately deported to the Travniki labor camps. I mentioned earlier he survived the deportation. We don't know what role he had in the resistance, but he survived the resistance as well, and the tremendous the emptying of the ghetto that happened after the Warsaw Uprising. And ultimately, he was deported sometime in the late summer of 1943 to a labor camp called Travniki. We have a couple of testimonies about what he was like in Travniki by survivors of that labor camp, who indicate that he continued to minister to the slave population there as well, and then he was killed by the Nazis, most likely in an attempted uprising in that camp as well. His legacy lives on, however. There is most significantly through his teachings, which, as I had mentioned, have been translated and are studied more now than perhaps they were even in the 1930s. This is a copy of a recent translation of 2 volumes of the Obligation of Students, and we anticipate that his other books will also be rendered into English as well. There's a very significant synagogue in Woodmere called the Congregation of Eish Kodesh, named after the Piaseczner Rebbe because of his very powerful teachings, led by Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, a very charismatic and influential rabbi at Yeshiva University. So, all told, this is a person who really was on a trajectory of excellence before the war, and though he was placed under tremendously difficult circumstances by the Nazi occupation, he nevertheless rose to the challenge of ministering to his beleaguered population of Jews, and may Hashem avenge his blood, and there be no more pain such as this. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week we'll speak about ROTHSCHILD from Yeshiva University, a very important American Jewish thinker. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. Guy goes into a diner and orders. He's usually been going to this diner for many, many years. I used to actually thank you very much for. Oh, wait a minute, I went off camera for that. Sorry, back on camera. Thank you. I just got a couple of things. Anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. The guy goes into a diner, he's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders a chicken soup with matzo balls. And the waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by, he sees, the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, something wrong? He says, I thought you should taste the soup. Just eat it, or and the waiter says, is something wrong with the soup? You have the same soup every day. You come here all the time. He says, I thought you should taste the soup. And he says, look, I'm sorry, I'll bring you another one. He says, I thought you should taste the soup. So he says, okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the straw? He says, All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember something. Okay. That's a big hand to Heshy for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay. So tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chofetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH, you might change the vowels, the O to the A, and this is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spans almost a century, from 1938 to 1936, but on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. It's very rare that we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s. And he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form, and they needed an occupation. And he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people like to study Talmud with him. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis of the day as well, Rabbi Chaim Oziel, and he said, "Would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so I can write something down on a Polish government document?" This is the kind of person he was, even though he was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation, that unique individual who really, is able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very fractious Jewish community. Although it's also true to say fractious, very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. And there's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his dates. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chofetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on, and it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chofetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Radin. Just had that kind of sheen upon him that people really like. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like the one with the Maimonides with the turban and things like that. We have no idea what Maimonides actually look like, but this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chofetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs that exist of the Chofetz Chaim himself. He was very, something, you see beard, right? Head covering, right? Like most people. Well, anyways, people sometimes, when I call them up and they don't recognize my voice on the phone, I like to say, Hillel Abramson, beard, glasses, funny looking. They say, oh yeah, right. And that covers just about all Jews of my generation, male or most, anyways. So here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being quite receding and running away from honor whenever possible, even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era. And I think by the end of tonight's lecture, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more the nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He nevertheless receded from all honors and accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and then those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rebbe used to teach very often. Rabbi one of the they would say in the Talmud, the pearls in his mouth that he would regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family. Never look askance at anyone's yichus. Because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of our Messiah, there's a lot of place kind of X-rated material going on there. There's a whole story of Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of Shavuot, the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There are a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. Whenever you look at the lineage of Mashiach, because these are all his forebears, there are always some, kind of untoward elements, distasteful elements, and nevertheless, that is the Messiah of the Jewish people comes from such family. Before I tell you the family background of the Chofetz Chaim, I'll tell you quickly that my son Boaz, some of you met him, he was here doing his bar mitzvah lessons a few minutes ago. So I found that here in South Florida, African American women really know their Bible. When you talk with African American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I happened to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "Because he was ruthless." She said it better than I did. Anyways,
that is a good one.
So here's the Chofetz Chaim's family background is interesting. His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10. No, sorry, gotta go backwards. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children. And so the Chofetz Chaim's father married his aunt's younger sister. So, and the Chofetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chofetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, it's a little weird, but it happens. But then later, his father passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10. And so his mother remarried, again, a blended family because his second father, his stepfather, had already married and had children. He was a widower. And when the Chofetz Chaim came of age, his adopted father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adopted father's daughter from the first marriage. Or in other words, his stepsister by marriage. In fact, his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chofetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Yossi teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Sheto in Belarus, and he made his fame
you guys know about
another very small shtetl called Radin, or in modern Lithuanian Radom, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chofetz Chaim's lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous in the Jewish geographical imagination, cities like Mir, towns like Mir, Slobodka, Kovna, places like that that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures it means literally sitting flesh. You have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study the Talmud for many periods, many hours a day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is where he expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is something that is perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on it a little bit later as well. For his tzidkus, which is a Hebrew word, or tzidkus, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-refined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that, probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was the Wasserträger, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetl, and somebody had to have the job of going through the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the homes. That's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it was really low on the status symbol chart of the shtetl. So the young boys in shtetl used to like to play a trick on the Wasserträger. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, and then he would go home to sleep. And the next morning, he would go walk down, like he carried the buckets all the way back down, he'd fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Wasserträger, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and, laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. So when the Chofetz Chaim, young ROTHSCHILD, heard of this, he would go out secretly later than the other boys and pour out the water into the Wasserträger without even knowing, until, of course, he was eventually caught, without even knowing that he was in fact doing him a favor, without insulting the boys who were playing this terrible trick. And in fact, there's so many of these stories of his phenomenal piety. Some of them have a kind of a humorous tone to them. It's hard to believe. Like the famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house and stole his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up the Chofetz Chaim, so the Chofetz Chaim ran out of the house after him, saying, "I forgive you, I forgive you, you can keep the candlesticks." He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another thief. He figured if he was stealing it for a reason, he must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft. That's what it like is? Really? With the Chofetz Chaim? I didn't even know that. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of expert witness, and the lawyer who presented him said, "Listen, Your Honor, the Chofetz Chaim, or Israel Mayor Cohen, is going to present now. I want to tell you a few stories about him." And apparently the judge, as the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe. And the lawyer apparently said, "Well, it may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the Chofetz Chaim. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories." Hopefully I'll tell you a couple more that are more verified. At any rate, what I'd like to focus on, there are three areas in which his reputation was made. His piety, his scholarship, and his leadership. And so these are the areas that I'd like to focus on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I've already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth, but in many ways his piety made him a great failure. He was an incredibly obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several levels. And until he finally found his métier as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the areas that he really insisted on from his youth, and he began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles once he married stepsister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that.
Whooping ass.
But with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, or food stand. But he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no family whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Talmud of Torah requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the first time checked the scales, there was a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the pan, a tiny little amount. And he felt terrible because, someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not get the proper amount of salt. And he could not figure out which person it was. It was market day. People, all kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would return it after on another occasion, he shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village, a herring, and stole the same kind of thing. He brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. He received a small inheritance from an uncle of his wife who passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they lived off the doorstep.
Whoop is that?
Their business nevertheless flourished because, people respected his honesty and intelligence. The price was low and very ridiculous honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. And so he started shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive and to let the other people have some business. And then when that didn't work,
watch how far it's going.
He would close the front entrance and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You notice you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, so finally you just closed that business when we got the milk cow. The milk cow was another tired situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the first time it's so fascinating because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took a long time to buy a cow because you want to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and should gore someone. You want to make sure that it wouldn't harm them. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night, so it shouldn't go be grazed in someone else's field, and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy.
It was all a dream. I used to read What Up magazine, Salt and Pepper, and everything.
That dog is a couple times throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship.
Heavy D up in the limit.
I'd like to speak about two of his greatest
Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the
It
was all a dream. I used to read What Up magazine, Salt and Pepper, Heavy D up in the limousine.
They stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries.
What this up for the dance? What was that?
As achievement,
spirituality,
and thought that in many ways I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early days. It's called Sefer HaTorah. This is the title page of the work published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? And then after the psalmist asks that question, he answers it by saying, one who guards his tongue from speaking evil. Lashon hara. And so this is a highly innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that until he really uncovered as being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a secondary element.
People that should need to learn how to queue.
A vein that runs
What is
through
queue?
all of Jewish morality. Specifically, it is a book on the laws of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not understood in Jewish law. Well, let me just back up for a second. You know how they say that Eskimos have 27 words for snow, because snow is such an important part of their reality. Well, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition. And that says something about us. We're very big into speech.
This is terrible. This is awful.
Look, for example,
This guy's not going to ever have another life for him.
about all the
Yes, he says this
the proportion of maybe half to do with speech, how we speak to each other, how we speak about each other, and so on. So there are 3 terms in particular that stand out. One, which is often used as a collective term, is lashon hara, which is literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, and ra is evil. And that refers to communication of correct derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to imply there's something false about what people are talking about. Lashon hara speaks about things which are true. Reuven did something reprehensible, and Shimon tells Levi about it. That is lashon hara, and it is strictly prohibited.
That's so terrible. He's going to die. I hope not. I mean,
Negative information about another person, period.
give him some money.
Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second. But that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally
Shouldn't the state be paying it
The
for
other 2 terms
the
which we'll just touch on right now. One is ROTHSCHILD, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that refers to gossip.
He's eating a McChicken. I love McChickens more than anyone on earth. Really? Ask anyone.
Something like that.
I love it more than he does. He got shot for it.
So they both
I know.
qualify for that. 2 words in English language. And then the third one is the TRILLIONAIRE, which is it's kind of like lashon hara, but it has to do with relating information on the third hand. I won't go into the details for now. Then what this essentially is, it's a guidebook for how to speak like a
Why
Jew,
would you need tape?
how a Jew should speak. And it's a phenomenal work of towering genius. The first part of it is rather amazing. He spends the first, say, 20 pages convincing people that it really is forbidden in Judaism to gossip. And he is convincing people who are highly learned. It's a very, very erudite treatise, answering all kinds of objections that Talmudists would have, saying, oh, it doesn't mean that, these are the exceptions, people already know it, it's public knowledge, and it goes very methodically through the whole thing, and by the time you get through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying, because you say, oh my gosh, I can't say anything. That's it for dinner conversation. You know, if you think of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, it would be like a little advertising circular. There'd be nothing in there because so much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, the Rabbi's time through the next, 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than tears them down. It's truly a heroic work of Jewish thought. Now, one misconception about the Rabbi's time is if you look at this title page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of his prime biographers, I'm kind of surprised to say, they emphasize how the Rabbi's time wrote this book completely anonymously. And he was a nobody knew of him outside of his time in Jewish Gentile. It's not exactly true, because one of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire was they had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality me that you had to put some bibliographic information on the title page. So it may be that in the Hebrew section here, where he talks about the contents of the book, it doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you brush it, it says here, Sefer Chavetz Chaim, like how to speak properly. Sochenya Kagana. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize. Okay, so let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for questions. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, this is a stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Lubavitch Library. So the owners of rights is Ohel Yosef Yitzhak Lubavitch, Artsut Abrit, USA, from the Friedman that owned this first edition. And I'm sorry he stamped it because, from a librarian's perspective, it's not nice to stamp books like that. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the provenance of it, and it also shows how it's value. That's the trial of Rabbi. Yes, yeah, he had several top in total, but no one, like they say about geniuses like teachers, at a certain age, they outgrew all the teachers. They say that the ViralRabbi outgrew all his teachers by age 7, which is amazing, difficult to believe, but we say those stories from the biographers do not cite anyone to become his time. Consider his Rabbi in his time. We do know that he spent a lot of time on many spiritual giants in seclusion, and several people may have come across him. He used to go into the women's section of the shul, not just have prayer, find him parading himself and being hard on himself and really giving himself the answer. He would come out afterwards always radiant and smiling. So perhaps this is also Rabbi incident. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara. You're all wondering, oh my gosh, how am I going to say anything productive if I can't say anything negative about people? So the truth is, there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The 7 preconditions can be easily remembered by this acronym, which I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in some time. And so these are the 7 preconditions that you must fulfill before you say anything negative. So let me give you an example. Let's say, I can send this to you. So the rule goes like this. So let's say, Richard is going on vacation, and he has a little one of those Maltese poodles, right? And he happens to say to me, before I tell you that, I happen, as I'm walking to shul, I see Judith walking by. I hope you don't mind if I use this for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I see Judith across the street give that dog a vicious kick. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? That's like totally out of character. I don't even know what to make of it. But as I come upstairs, I see Richard. It says, Richard, so hello, I gotta tell you something. It's so nice that people come to your class. I'm going on vacation for a few days. I had no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. Right? So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior towards this small poodle. And now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chofetz Chaim says, if I can follow these 7 rules, then I can tell Richard about his dog hating behavior. So these two sentences. First of all, S, search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chofetz Chaim says that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is I should say find another person for him to have dogs see. I should say, Richard, why are you bothering? She has so much knowledge. My daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you, right? And if I can avoid the whole problem saying much harder without saying anything bad about her, that's great. But let's say I can't. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, or I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's really important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling Richard? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like politics, programs. So if there is a to'elet, something positive, then I am allowed to say it. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I should relate this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors. Like perhaps maybe Judith slipped. Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and I was about to attack her and she was just defending herself. Maybe I can find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable. Let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm now running out of things. When I do tell Richard, the exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I saw, no more, no less. I can't add, and then she smiled, and then she said, take that. I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, presume to know more. And no hearsay is forbidden. Also a very good one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's day, but I can't say it because it's hearsay. Did I spell that right? So this is a big one, actually. Consequences should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what would be the impact on Judith? Maybe, but if she's a parnasa and I would cause her a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that parnasa. But maybe, let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's being nominated as the Woman of the Year by the ASPCA, right? And now, one moment of temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that. It would go to a tremendous shame for herself, her family, who knows. Should I do it? I don't know. Contemporary for me, and I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this, because I don't follow news and sports very much, but to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that was egregious and awful by anyone who listened to it. It calls to question this, are the consequences proportionate? People who make mistakes. It's a lifetime ban, right? Not including a value judgment here. One could also look, for example, the whole Clinton Monica Lewinsky episode was dragging the entire nation through the mud. And that's the world over a despicable incident. Was that a consequence of proportionate? I don't know. Could you put that on pause for a second? Yeah. So that's a technical difficulties there for a second. Okay. So consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she would suffer of my relationship, it may be that I should just swallow it. And because otherwise it would be too much of a punishment for her. And finally, let's say the Chofetz Chaim says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answers. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I have to go to Judith and I have to sit her and listen. I saw what you did in the puppy. I heard what you're doing for Richard's dog. Why is this so? And give her a chance to make amends on her own. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal tectonic shifts took place as a result of the impact of this work. Because people have been studying, there's scattered passages in the Talmud, in Maimonides, in different places, and people say, yeah, Lashon Hara, but no one really sat down and said, Lashon Hara, oh my gosh, this is the whole thing. Everything is beyond Lashon. Kind of allows us to be beyond This is of interest. The modern commentaries on Lashon Hara. Too. Like, for example, let's say you have a really hard day at work, and you just, people are tough on you at work, so when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no. But the Chavetz Chaim says this one here can have a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an exit, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling you these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say it because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for like mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when we get home, I think I have a copy of my very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because history it's hard to write history without writing Lashon Hara. That's why my books are so short. That's what I'd say. Aaron, yes.
As far as I was concerned, it was a whole phenomenon. Kid repeat.
Young William Atherton was well raised in his Quebec prison from May 1815. He started back from his hometown in Kentucky. We had been for so long.
Well, he definitely has all kinds of sources, but before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberations of this, shockwave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of reading pre-Chavetz Chaim sources is that, you have the sins of, sexual immorality, and you have theft, and you have this, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you have skin disease and things like that. But it was the Chavetz Chaim who really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones. Just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thought. Instead, he followed this up with another equally amazing book, and many ways I like it even better. The Chavetz Chaim is primarily a book of law, right? How to speak properly. We followed it up with a book called Shmirat HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which often printed as a companion volume, which is all about the sources, why these things are true. He was also a Kabbalist. What happens according to the Kabbalah, if you speak Lashon Hara, all kinds of martial, phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmirat HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Chavetz Chaim is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I'm going to get through some of the other materials. So, this is his first work, and really that's the only thing he did in his life. He would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is, he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Chavetz Chaim, was the massive Mishnah Berurah, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space. Well, maybe not that much, but it takes up a good, 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary on 1/4 of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts, and he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries in the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is dominant today. Chances are people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Berurah for his views on it. There are others who disagree. There are many other commentaries that, that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of Jewish scholarship. Okay, that's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas like how to speak or about the laws of Shabbat and things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So two populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists, who we don't talk about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, legally 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army for a period of approximately 36 years. Which means that once these Jews were sent out to the army as children, they were gone from the Jewish community. And he cried over them incessantly. He worried about them tremendously. So much so that he wrote a book for them called Machane Israel, which was all about how to survive the army, how to retain your Jewish identity under those incredibly painful and difficult conditions. To be one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. Most of the inns, the crossroads and the Stadtloch were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, about 6.5 feet tall, came in for Jews, 6 feet giant. He came in, and he was about 6 feet wide as well, and just very rude and blessed, and head uncovered, blessings, of course, all those things, treated the waitresses very rudely. And the time said, why is this person being so bad? I should go over there and speak to him. And he said, no, don't. He's incorrigible. He may strike you. You have a lot of difficult time with him. So the next time said, what is his story? He says, well, he was a Cantonist. He was taken away as a young child, and he came back after his tour of duty, knew anything about Judaism, and he has very rough, poor manners as a result of his experience. So the Chavetz Chaim went over to him against the influence wishes, and he said to him, it must have been terrible for you. You were torn away when you were 7, 8 years old to leave your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your family, you played with your cheder. He talked about the pain that he must have experienced. And as he empathized with him, the story is that this man just broke down in tears. And this horrible, hard exterior of this great warrior who had, so rough around the edges, he had this little man who was barely less than 5 feet tall, who identified with him completely. And the time they cried together, and this soldier ended up becoming one of the Chavetz Chaim's greatest disciples afterward. Completely turned over because he's had a person who related to him and then paid him up for something. In that context, it's very important we have an important person here today that I want to specifically honor in this context because of the military connection. Many of you know that Mr. Rodriguez is my student from Truman College, and he's a graduate, and he recently went on to complete his master's degree now in religious studies, but he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniform. And he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez, and he's a chaplain in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift for Mr. Rodriguez. Come on up. Hello, Lieutenant Rodriguez. Come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, you're presenting. Say hello to everybody in Latvia. Come on over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know that you're curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chavetz Chaim, including a beautiful painting of this book, Machane Israel, which is all the camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. I think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally to make the right decisions to this people in extreme circumstances. Let's applaud one more time. Okay, so that was Machane Israel, specifically with how to manage the challenges of yes, no, I thought you were going to say something. How to manage the challenges of being in uniform in these conditions, the difficulties, and so on. And it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, if you have to remember that we're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of a great opportunity, the golden Medina, the golden country, it's called a country where people have made tremendous wealth, but it was also called the Yiddish Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions of Jewish learning, of synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Israel, the Dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. You think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns in a copy of Nidchei Israel meant a lot because it was not like the massive 20-volume work on the Mishnah Berurah. It was a short one-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on. Because he really cared about them. Now, the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in a little town of Rabbi. And he asked him what it was like in the town of Rabbi. He said, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And he said, oh, not much, most learners study 3 hours a day. So they only study 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, they can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women and was an early backer of Sarah Shapira's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organization of Jews known as the Agudas Israel, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change. Let's go to the next slide because that's where I talk about it. Poland was created out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but you should realize that this man's life that spanned almost a century began in Russia. And then went through World War I when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, you realize that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which include, for example, the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament in order to say, and he felt that Jews needed to have their place in the same along with all the other minorities, and as a result, he participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Israel. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He would regularly, and you'll see Mr. Lieutenant readings, I should say, you'll see in his collected writings all kinds of letters calling for greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Lashon Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize Jews throughout the period. But towards the end of his life, there are some rather ominous moments where he would lapse at public events into moments of deep silence and reverie, almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst of days for Polish Jewry. Legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Torah's Chaim and Torah's Emes, which are large by faculty that the time yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivot in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chavetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from Chavetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable smichos as opposed to other rabbinic ordination. Sometimes in some places, a guy gets engaged and say, "Oh well, it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi. You get smicha just for having a girl agree to marry them." Chavetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul to finish it. They also proceed studying the Talmud at a remarkably slow pace. They're criticized for that in some quarters, and one of the jokes I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say, in Hebrew we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, Shas stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud, but they say Chavetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas, that's for Shtei Sidre, 2 orders. That's enough, because you're not going to make it through all those. But that's a joke. And that's the next slide. Here it is. Rabbi Goldstein, our own Rav here at the Young Israel Bahar, is also a Chavetz Chaim product, heavily influenced by the teaching of Chaim. Those of you who are here on Shabbat, you hear him speak. You can hear the Chavetz Chaim's teachings really embodied his own emphasis on personal morality and on the nature of speech and on the way in which we must be very careful on how we encourage others to speech and not tear them down. You really see those ideas alive in our own life. So that's a summary of a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi ROTHSCHILD Kahan. Chavetz Chaim, I hope you found it useful. Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next 2 weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and I think I'm going to talk about rabbis. It's going to be a cavalcade of rabbis. Next week, I'd like to speak about the Piaseczna Rabbi, Rabbi Kalamas Talmud Shapira, who was the Rabbi of the Warsaw Ghetto. In continuing to that, I'd like to speak about the Rav Soloveitchik, the most important figure involved in the contemporary Yeshiva University, and his tremendous influence on American Jews in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to speaking to you next week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started here. So thank you for coming to the final pre-Pesach lecture of the season. Next week we will of course not be meeting here. We will all be very busy getting ready for the holiday coming up, God willing. And we will resume a summer session, God willing, at the end of April 30th. My lovely assistant and the brilliant Aliza Abramson will be collecting email addresses if you would like to receive the schedule via email. You'll also, by the way, if I get your email and I put you on the blog, you'll be able to simply receive updates as the lectures are posted as well. So that's a good well for the beginning. Let me start with just a little story. Of course, we are going to be, this is actually a true story about Passover cleaning. As you know, the holiday is a tremendous amount of work as we cleanse our houses of all leavened products, which on a symbolic level is understood to refer to, our sense of arrogance and our pride, all of these inflated things like, yeast causes the dough to rise. We also have to get rid of the pride and arrogance that is so conducive to our own humility. And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when it comes to methods of cleaning. And they're taking Q-tips and cleaning out the electrical sockets, filters in their water, and all kinds of amazing things, repainting everything. So this actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell you last week. He lives in Neve Yaakov, which is a suburb of Jerusalem in the north. And on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, his toilet seat breaks. Oh, I did tell him last week. I'm going to tell it again. I noticed that nobody watched some Latvia this week. So this is from Latvia. So anyways, he goes into Jerusalem, into the main city, to get a toilet seat. He goes to the hardware store, he buys a toilet seat, he puts it on his arm, he gets back on the bus. He's riding on the bus back to the Yaakov. There's two Hasidim talking behind him, and one of them says to the other, well, that's a stringency I've never heard of before. That's a chumrah I've never heard of. Okay, so we're all, that's the joke. Okay, that's cute. Okay, that's it. I won't tell you until next year. Tonight's topic is Henrietta Zoll. A fascinating topic. Just her life career just begins to take us into the 20th century, where we'll look at some really fascinating people after the break. And by the way, let me also suggest that I am currently researching people to study after the break. So if you have any particular requests for 20th century, send them my way. Hannah Arendt has come up actually in a couple of suggestions. I think that might be an interesting person to look at. The Rabbi from the Warsaw Ghetto is someone I definitely like to look at. So please send me your suggestions. We'd like to look at figures in Jewish history that made a significant impact. Okay, so Henrietta Zoll was one of those people. Her life follows a very interesting trajectory in that, she is hugely undervalued for the first 4 decades of her life, even though she has phenomenal talents, which are exploited mercilessly by people around her, people who would typically know better in the Jewish establishment. She's consistently underpaid and undervalued, underutilized, but then all of a sudden, in her late 40s, she has a personal crisis, which ironically transforms her into this activist extraordinaire that creates organizations in Israel and in America, most notably the Hadassah Women's Organization in this country, and also the Youth Aliyah in Israel, that was responsible for saving 30,000 lives of German Jews between the ages of 15 and 17. And this all happened in her 50s and onwards. So it's really interesting to see a person who was really, towards mid-career, when most people start thinking about retirement, she all of a sudden exploded and phenomenal contributions to history. So I'd like to scope out her career, place it in context, and spend a little bit of time talking about the crisis that changed her so and allowed her to transmit her values and her energy to the Jewish population as a whole. So her years are 1860 to 1945. She is a child of America. She was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Her father was a recent import to this country. Actually, this is kind of a summary slide that I'm going to go right past. She was why not? Let's talk about it a little bit. Why was she so great? Okay, I mentioned Hadassah, I mentioned from Iraq and things like that. But she is an American Jewish leader who first made her mark primarily in scholarship and primarily behind the scenes. She was quite talented as a writer, and she had facility with, of course, the American language of English, which is something that most Jewish scholars of the time did not have. Most of them were coming over from Germany and had facility in Hebrew, perhaps in Aramaic, perhaps in German, but in English that was an entirely different matter. So she was the behind-the-scenes editor and translator of so many works. I looked, actually, I had my daughter Elisa in my office at the university today, and I read that Henrietta Sold was extremely involved in the translation of Heinrich Goethe's works from German into English. Goethe, of course, was the great 19th century encyclopedic historian of the Jews. And I have a 1909 copy of Goethe's history published by the Jewish Publication Society, with which Henrietta Sold was very active. And I pulled volume 1 off the shelf to see who translated it. It says in the biography that she wrote it more than Goethe did almost. And I looked in the preface, and it quotes one person, I forget what her name is, but she says, I only translated the first part of the first volume, and everything else of the other 6 volumes were translated by other hands. And they go unnamed. So clearly, this is a reference to Henrietta Sold, she just does not get the credit she deserves, as we shall see. She later went on, after this personal crisis, to found Hadassah and be very active in Zionist causes, where she is a great hero to the early Zionist movement. Okay, so let's place her family background in context. Her father was Benjamin Sold, shown here, who was a Hungarian rabbi who was a modernizing figure within the rabbinic context. However, within the Baltimorean context, he was quite a traditionalist. It was the congregation that he came to lead with his young wife. They had just married the year before, who was known as the most Sabbath observant synagogue in Baltimore in the 1850s and 1860s as a result of his tenure, and he spent quite a bit of time as a scholar.
Fucking whoop his ass.
Primarily
Whoop his ass, you fucking nappy heavy. Whoop his fucking monkey ass.
And she fell into a kind of a demographic trap that was highly unfortunate for her. Born in 1860, she was of a generation where there were very, very few American-born Jews at all. You have the German Jewish migration that had started in the 1840s and had peaked in the 1850s. And then you have later the massive Jewish migration in the 1880s. And it happened that she being born in 1860 meant it was actually difficult for her to find a suitable mate. We talk about the shit of crisis today. We normally don't worry so much about whether or not you're born between waves of immigration. But this happened to him, and it sold very hard. And in fact, she never married, never had children, although her nowadays, it's not necessarily the sequence I put it in, but I'll probably edit that out when I get back to editing the table. But thank you for this is something that affected her deeply. She did have a romantic heart, as we shall see shortly, but she was never able to fulfill that aspect of her life. At any rate, as a child, she had an exceptionally strong education at the hands of her father and was quite well schooled in Hebraic sources. She translated several of them into English, and she was also well trained in secular subjects as well. Later on, her education was signal in terms of her later career, as you can see in the next slide. But perhaps it's important to note that her father was a modernist in the sense that specifically, even though he was a traditionalist rabbi, Shomer Shabbos, he was still Zionist. A Zionist, Orthodox is the right word to use for her father in this context, but to be a traditionalist rabbi and to be Zionist in those times meant that you were kind of busting the trend. You could either be like a, well, I'm not going to go into too much detail. Let's go on to concentrate on her. At any rate, she went, yeah, I know, in that picture, it's a problematic one. All the photographs of John says he's not wearing a yarmulke. It's strange. Maybe he's, I don't know. That's what it is. No, there's several pictures. Yeah, if I were bald, I would wear a kippah. I wear a kippah now. So, oh my God. funny. I had Aliyah last Shabbos, and the very first line says that something about a person who is balding is pure.
Yeah, Bill.
Oh, perfect Aliyah for me. I felt very good about that one. Okay. Anyways, she went to
This is a
Western
wonderful
Female High School, which got an interesting name before and then she went on to teach at
Look at it.
several high schools. She taught German and French. German was the language
The
spoken
biggest
at
star
home.
Rama.
And she also taught science and
Are you
math.
for
She
real?
was quite a broad educated young woman. She also taught Jewish subjects at her father's synagogue over in Shalom, where he, by the way, was a rabbi for several decades. She went on to a significant number of adult education classes, never earned a degree, although she did receive honorary doctorates later in her life. She took public adult and continuing classes at Johns Hopkins. Remember, we're talking about now the 1880s and 1890s. And later on in her career, when they moved to New York, she wanted to study Jewish subjects more intensively so that she could participate more in her life with the publishing arm of the Jewish Publication Society. So she actually applied for admission and was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she would not apply for rabbinic ordination. It's kind of an interesting thing. Here it is. In the early 20th century, a woman accepted to study Talmud herself, but she had a promise not to apply for rabbinic ordination, which reminds me of a different joke altogether. It goes like this. It's a high holidays, and many synagogues, you have to buy a ticket to get a seat, and they have a gabbai at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you have paid the dues to be able to be with the congregation on a high holiday. So Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, where's your ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sure you can't go in. He says, but I have to go in. I have to talk to Gold Farm. He says, it doesn't matter. You can't go in. It's a matter of life or death. If I don't talk to Gold Farm, something's terrible, and I really have to go in there. So the gabbai finally says, okay, fine, go on in, but don't pray. So she was accepted to JTS, but she had the promise not to graduate, as it were, with a rabbinic degree. And then in 1880, her father took her for a trip to Europe, and she was quite appalled with many of the things that she saw there. First of all, she was appalled with the poverty of Eastern Europe, with the sheer desperation and the experience under the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitic of the Russian Empire in particular, with all kinds of restrictions on Jewish trade, concentrations in where they can live, banishments from certain regions, borderlands, things like this. And of course, just 1 year later, after she had returned, would begin the massive pogrom waves of 1881 to 1884 that would kick off all of the great wave of this European migration to America. So she had some knowledge firsthand as a young woman of the state of privation of the Jews in the late 19th century in Europe, and she was very moved by the plight of her people, something that would motivate her throughout the rest of her life. Secondarily, she was also appalled with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Alpenoy Shul of Prague, which is, of course, a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi of Prague, and she was amazed with how cramped and dark and really second class the women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly needed to be championed, even within a very traditional viewpoint, and they simply had languished in Eastern Europe. So the motivation towards benefiting the Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought. The northern stars. I don't know if you can have two northern stars, but together they formed the northern star of her thought. The Jewish people, the Jewish women in particular, and that really informed a lot of her choices later in life. One particular incident stands out. Something of a halakhic controversy. For people who feel passionately about these things, there's a lot of ink spilled on the question of exactly who should say Kaddish for a deceased relative. Specifically, what exactly is the obligation of a woman to say Kaddish? And there's a whole range of opinion on that particular statement. Towards the right end of the spectrum, there is a consensus that
Holy
it's
fuck.
not appropriate for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group of men, and so then women should
Oh my
use
God.
other avenues to discharge the obligation.
Yeah, no, it's been joking.
Memorialized dead. Towards the left end of the spectrum, certainly well within the Orthodox spectrum as a whole, there's a feeling like, well, why shouldn't this be said? And we'll say the Kaddish on the other side of the pizza or something like that. So at any rate, when her father died, there were several well-wishers who offered to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father. And she politely refused. In writing, we have her words on this, indicating that no, she feels that it's something she personally must take on, and she insisted on saying Kaddish herself, even though that was somewhat atraditional. So she's kind of like finding a line that's appropriate for herself, not necessarily trying to be a rabbi, but on the other hand, being very learned and taking personal responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish feminism, and it is a recurring theme among American Jewish feminists how losing a parent and then some well-wisher, well-meaning observer indicates that a woman in America should not say Kaddish. That usually provokes a tremendous counter-reaction that sometimes turns into outright rejection of Judaism. For example, at Letty Cotton Palmerman's autobiography, which I think is called Devorah Sarah Devorah Golda and Leah, I think it is. She has a very powerful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish because you're a woman. It's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know, I'm sorry, she had no brothers, 7 sisters. Okay. So, anyways, this is a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, she took this as a charge to develop her scholarship and to support scholars. She took on traditionally very supporting roles until, as I mentioned before, she had this turning point. Let me pause for a couple of questions while I take a sip of soda. If you look to the outside, I have a question look on your face. Yes. No, Hadassah is a women, it's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes, and within those Zionist causes, there's a whole range of projects that they take on. But I think it's fascinating that you should ask that question. First of all, because I always find your questions fascinating, but also I think we should note, this came up also in college days, we should note that one of the great losses that American Jewry has suffered as a result of the feminist revolution, which has generated tremendous positive gains for the Jewish people as a whole, but one entire sector of our workforce has disappeared as a result of the feminist revolution. And that is specifically the massive number of women who used to volunteer their time for organizations like Amit, Hadassah, and Muna. All of these organizations, now that women are working and earning money, that's fantastic, great economic benefits, but our volunteer base has been emptied out as a result of that. Now, I'm not sure that we want to turn back the clock on this, but it has affected our community dramatically because all those valuable, woman hours of labor are gone. Watch out. We got to
I think there's no need for that.
One of the more interesting aspects of this was that volunteers and my volunteers, was be thinking of what was happening. And many times, women only allowed to rise to a certain level, executive director was always male. And had a feminization of the upper echelon in many of the traditional national organizations and paid leadership positions.
Interesting.
And I think the numbers
You did it incorrectly. You have to line it back.
That's fascinating. Yeah, so we need more money, not necessarily more
Line it back.
time commitment. So
What do you just gotta put it like that?
I fear because
What's the practice?
Describing himself in documented clearly by the grace of God. Now he has unarguable proof.
Health causes. Don't forget she was a science teacher. So she had, unusually broad experience. Last comment, Davis, and we'll go on. All right, that's it.
In less than a month, he's freed.
Well, the activism one we'll see in a moment. How educated her siblings were, I didn't do any research on that, so I don't know. I would assume that they probably had a similar kind of background that she did, but usually firstborn children tend to excel in terms of reading skills, and that's just one of those things. Her father was a rabbi. He spent a lot of time. I mean, one daughter of a brilliant father, when do you expect to be similarly brilliant, right? Okay, let's go on. All right. Now, she got involved in the Jewish Publication Society. This is an extremely significant and influential institution that translated and distributed so many works. The Tanakh was one of the great publications of the turn of the century. The Jewish King James, as it were, went through several editions. All kinds of really important scholars were associated with JPS. She started out as a volunteer, and she had a significant literary background. She used to write articles for newspapers under a pen name Shulamit. And she rose up in the ranks to a secretary. So she's got a secretariat. But the reality is that she was grossly underpaid for her quality. We know from some of the archival materials that she was forced to accept a salary that was 20% lower than other people in the institution were earning. And her requests for raises were regularly refused. Even though she was a tremendous overachiever in terms of what she was doing, she was essentially a director of publications. She was translating, she was editing, she was writing articles, she was deeply involved in all aspects of this. Nevertheless, she was underpaid hour for hour, which is, and once again, this is from Dennis Marusa, that this is a constant in American history that women are typically underpaid for the same work. I think the last figure was maybe 77 cents on the dollar in 2012 or so. So came up a little bit. Okay, so you've come a long way, baby, right? There you go, 5% up. So women, you got to really put your foot down and get paid the same as a man, right? So she grossly underpaid, and ultimately she was the editor of the American Jewish Yearbook, the #1 yearly publication that describes the entire activity of the Jewish community of America. An extremely influential publication that was published throughout the 20th century. She's the editor, and she's making $10,000 a year. Yes. Yeah, stop publication with the internet with so many things. But 20th century, we're in the 21st now, so we're still okay. Let's go to her personal crisis, which is really the important part. She died, her father died in 1902, and that's when they moved to New York City, and that's where she started specifically with the JTS, Jewish Publication Society. That's also when she made her application to the JTS because she really wanted to improve her rabbinics, even though her father had given her a really great basic introduction. At JTS, she came into contact with the #1 scholar of the time, Louis Ginsburg. You may be familiar with his magnum opus, The Legends of the Jews. It's published in 3 volumes. And in reality, those who were behind the scenes say that Henrietta Soul wrote it probably more than Louis Ginsburg. Ginsburg did a lot of the background research. He was a German Jewish professor. He had very limited skills in English. In fact, it was commonplace that when professors came over to teach at JTS or elsewhere, they were allowed to teach in German for the first year because it took them that long just to understand how to speak the language. So she basically wrote the whole book. Their personal correspondence was very, very deep. He used to refer to it as our book, and he readily acknowledged that her contribution was phenomenal to his work. It was 13 years for Junior. She met him in her early 40s, and she fell head over heels in love with him. Remember the demographic crisis where there were just no men around for her, and she was completely smitten with him. And you have to understand, this is kind of a incubator environment. Everyone who was in New York still, was a turn of the century New York, and everyone who was anyone
Wasn't the Whistler good-looking man?
knows what's happening at the Jewish Publication Society. Knowing the personalities, there's really only a handful of people really working there. Great distinguished Professor Louis Ginsburg, the Secretary Henrietta Solt, who everyone knows who she is, but she's quite older than he is, and they had this platonic relationship that everyone knew about. And she ultimately rejected her. He was interested in being a bachelor, but his family insisted that he marry, and they found him a much younger woman, a German Jewish woman, and he rejected Henrietta Soul. And this is late in her 40s. And she was absolutely devastated, so much so that she had a small.
Just read to you
a little bit from her letters. Get a sense, just from this passage here, of first of all, how powerful a writer she is, and secondly, how deeply in love she was with Louis Ginsburg. A love that was completely chaste. Next to him, she confided to her journal, all other men seem to be like sawdust, stuffed into coat, vest, and trousers. I am a dependent woman with a keen emotional nature, she said. A distinctly feminine woman, not an intellectual abstraction, a woman with red blood running in my veins. And this is the author of the collected unpublished diary. This is ViralRabbi article, right? Attention from Ginsburg became the font of her happiness. Every encounter with her produced a somatic reaction. When they barely know each other, she, quote, thrilled when her sister Rachel addressed her. Soul described herself as, quote, quivering and palpitating, unquote, at the very sight of him and trembling at his physical contact. However innocent. A veil he once knotted to prevent her hat from flying into the wind became a precious keepsake. She became a bundle of nervous energy. Whenever she, quote, flew to the telephone or to the door, she kissed his books and clasped his letters to her heart. And when she thought he loved her, she, quote, jubilated and, quote, sang. A graphic example of a very physical ardor is followed in 1905. There were times when I passionately absorbed and masturbated. One day, it had been snowing and raining and sleeting, but it stopped, and a high whistling wind arose. I could not stay in the pain in my heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around screaming at the top of my voice whenever the wind was noisy enough to drown my agony. So here's a woman who is deeply and passionately in love with ROTHSCHILD, a great scholar, but their intellectual relationship was not reciprocal, and ultimately she was crushed by his rejection. She has a nervous breakdown, she quits her job, and her sister takes her on a tour of Europe to try and clear her mind of this disastrous relationship. And this is really what turned her around, specifically her visit to Palestine, Israel. This is in the year 1909, so we're very early in history. This is when Israel is still desperately struggling to even clear those proverbial malaria-infested swamps, to build decent Broad Street up from a dirt road to the major thoroughfare that is today. And she is completely transformed by her experiences there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who have made Aliyah, many of whom are, even at this point, the remnants of the Chibat Zion movement, who had attempted to transplant their religious settlements into regions like Petach Tikva, and yet we're very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle Eastern climates, and she resolved to use her prodigious organizational and literary skills to provide aid to these Jews living in Israel. When she comes back, comes back to America in 1912. She transforms all of her frustrated energies into the creation of what was originally called the Hadassah chapter of Daughters of Zion. You'll notice that she's still thinking very much in women's terms. She's not like kind of going beyond what society would allow her. She's organizing women rather than men. This organization, which was later changed to the Hadassah Women's Zionist Organization of America, ended up becoming extremely successful. And within a few short years, she had 4,000 members in this nationwide organization, mobilizing women, tapping into a pool of talents, resources, and time that no one else had understood could be organized on a national level. She started engaging them in fundraising efforts and in promoting specific causes dedicated, as we mentioned, to health and to education in particular, and channeling a lot of funds to Israel, and also mobilizing Jews from America to this very important Zionist cause. In many ways, she was the prime figure of Zionism in America at the beginning of the 20th century. She was a homegrown figure who was in America at the time, unlike many of the great figures like Golda Meir and so on, who had already made Aliyah. But in 1919, she was eventually called away because the Zionist Organization of America demanded that she go to Israel and conduct her work there. That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more in the Northeast because that's where the demographics were. We don't get a huge shift in Jewish population until the 1960s and 70s, down to the south and the southwest, because of one major technological innovation. Air conditioning, absolutely. Most Jews, they come down to Florida. You have the famous story of Jews who were stationed here in World War II, in training, and they say, well, it's not very nice down here. And then once air conditioning was invented, that was it, it's all over. But this is early, this is the 18th century, so we still have concentrations in the Northeast. I saw her organizational talents, and they felt like not demanding that she be another America, but saying,
I want to play basketball.
Okay, great. So, education and health were primary areas of concern. One of the major areas where she was quite active was the creation of the Aliyah movement.
What's this, son?
Although Hitler had not yet become chancellor, that was happening in January 1963, it was very clear that the the anti-Semitic tenor of the Weimar Republic was growing apace, and it was extremely so she organized a movement to specifically target teenage Jews in America to encourage them to come to Israel. A movement that was incredibly successful. By 1943, they had 30,000 Jews who had taken advantage of this and had come to Israel. That's a tremendous number of young people. Including this group, for example, Hannah Shemesh, who was the hero heroine of the Holocaust, back to Hungary to fight the Nazis. She was a typical example of these young people who simply said, life is over, and they take advantage of an organization like this. This is kind of like as it were the Nefesh of the 1930s. It was kind of this organizing movement that brought so many people to Israel. And her leadership skills were valued, and several people promoted her cause and nominated her to the board of Hebrew University when it was established, but she was denied a position, like Drew was mentioned earlier, because she was female and only men were allowed to sit on the board of Hebrew University at that time. She also had, like everybody in Israel, a very strong political sensibility, and in this regard, she was walking on a different path than many Jews at the time. She followed the party called Likud, which means like and it was a name for a party because she essentially believed early on in a two-state solution. She argued that, and this is in the 1930s, this is during the period of the white paper, when there's a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and everyone seems to be taking an all or nothing position on Israel. The Jews saying we have to control territory, and the Arabs saying that the Jews may live within an Arab country, but there will be no Jewish state in Palestine. And she believed that the ultimate solution would be a two-state solution, which is ironically what a lot of obviously American and European theorists hold about Israel as well. The views were not extremely popular at the time. Steve, do you want to say something? Okay. So I'm coming actually to a conclusion. I'm not sure why I'm coming to a conclusion so early in the evening today, but perhaps it's because I'm anticipating the Passover cleaning that we have. But here's the last image, by the way. This is her on a Israeli stamp. We had a soldier just over there, and then here she is on a 5.
Don't tell me someone's fucking. Oh my god, someone's in a cage.
Old currency before the shekels were introduced, and I don't think that the actual denomination is worth very much today, probably in the pennies, but it is amazing to have your face on a bill, Israeli currency from before the inflation period. The legacy is like one of it's something that you see this pattern with a lot of great leaders in the 20th century. There's so many people who never had children of their own, and yet managed to sponsor so many children, either spiritually or economically, or to people. I'm thinking, for example, Rabbi Shturson of Chabad, some of the rabbinic leaders as well. And Henrietta Gold was definitely in that tradition. She had perhaps an unfulfilled personal romantic life, but she was able to divert those energies that she might have otherwise diverted into a family into the entire Jewish people. Her indefatigable, her tireless work on behalf of Zionism through Hadassah, her work in the European Aliyah, her work even before that in scholarship, the production of so many great works, including work with Julie Ginsburg on refugee Jews, is a fundamental and lasting contribution to Jewish history, and we must be grateful for everything that she's done. So with that, I will formally conclude the Pesach season. I am sorry that we're a little bit faster. I couldn't talk a little slower tonight, but it's a lot to end a little early. I hope you all have a son to share with Sameach, and we will see you in late April. Okay.
In 1239, Henry makes her Earl of Leicester. Simon's now the king's brother-in-law, his chief advisor, and an English baron. But at precisely this moment of triumph, Simon...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to order. We are actually 25 seconds behind schedule. Mr. Rodriguez. Everyone see Mr. Rodriguez putting up his hand? Okay, Ms. Abrams, come on, no, the camera is running, you know, people. Look at this. Ms. Abramson, you're the worst offender. Please sit down. Let's get started.
Henry threatens to throw Simon and his own sister into the tower. And he's not kidding.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose my teaching license for poor class control. Okay, so why don't we get started? Tonight's topic is really quite fascinating. It's Benjamin Disraeli, an extremely influential 19th century politician, served as Prime Minister of England on several occasions. Fascinating personality, very diverse in his opinions and quite controversial in his day. But I'll make a couple of good welfare announcements and then a new joke that I'll try out on you, and then go straight to Disraeli's life. So first of all, good and welfare. Next week is the final week before we take off sometime for Passover. And then we'll be returning after Passover, God willing, to discuss 20th century Jewish virtues. I have a few people in mind that I'd like to speak about, but I welcome suggestions from all of you. If there's anyone who you find exceptionally influential and fascinating, like to learn more about, I have a pretty open research agenda, so I would like to look at all kinds of figures, send me some names. My email address is hmabramson@gmail or henry@henryabramson.com. Or you can find me in several ways. This next week, last week before the Passover break, and then I will generate a new schedule for after Passover. If you are not on the mailing list, then you'll have to call into the synagogue or check the web to find out when the classes are. I highly recommend you just sign up at the blog to get the schedule, things like that. The website is printed by thousands of documents. It's JewishHistoryLectures.org, JewishHistoryLectures.org. And just subscribe there, you'll get emails, that kind of thing. If you prefer Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, you'll get those things as well. Incidentally, I joke about the last week. There are quite a few that come, but right now, the website is getting about 11,000 visits a month. So it's really, there's quite a significant number of people who are enjoying the lectures, and I'm really, really pleased with that. Okay. So here's the new joke. I've never told this joke before. I hope it'll work. This is actually an ecumenical joke. I try to avoid telling jokes like this because I like jokes that are really truly Jewish. They actually deal with things that are Jewish in a unique way. But this is one of those jokes where you can simply mix around the ethnicities or the religions, and it'll still make sense in whichever religion you want to apply it to. I actually heard this joke from a Franciscan friar, so it works very well for him. I'll see if it works for us too. So the joke goes like this: There's Father O'Malley, Irish Catholic, who passes away after a long and successful life, ministering to the poor, catering to his congregation, and so on. And he's ushered into the halls of heaven. He's very pleased to be there. It's like a mood lighted and a little bit of fake jazz playing in the background. There are angels flying around gently. And he has an escort who's taking him from, to his place. Says, okay, Father O'Malley, we're going to bring you now into the Catholic chamber. He goes, he takes him into the Catholic chamber, and it's beautiful. It's filled with song. People are singing Gregorian chants. Very moving, very melodious songs. wow, this is great. This is everything I've done. But I'm just curious. Can you show me around a little more? Oh, no problem. So now brings him to a Zen Buddhist room where there are people there who are doing multi-vocal chants there, and they're meditating on koans. Oh wow, so gorgeous, fantastic. He goes to the Southern Baptist room, and they're clapping and singing and gospel choirs, things like that. And walking from room to room, and then says, "Is there any other room?" We have one more room down here at the end where the Orthodox Jews are. So that's great. Just one thing, you have to be very, very quiet when we go past them. And Father Rabbi says, "Why?" He says, "Because they think they're the only ones up here." They're the only ones up here. Okay. Now again, I heard this. The punchline was with French, it was with Catholics, and I just moved it around. So just recycle it any way you want. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, scale 1 to 10? 7. Okay. All right, thank you. I'll tell him that next time. Okay, Benjamin Israel Greenwood. We have focus. Sorry. 1804 to 1881. As I mentioned, an extremely influential British politician, served as Prime Minister on several occasions, very close to Queen Victoria. He was the only Prime Minister who was allowed to sit in her presence when visiting her in her residence. All of the Prime Ministers were required to stand in her presence, but they had a very close relationship. And he made a tremendous mark on England in terms of its conservative policy, Conservative Party policies. He set a very unique trend for its political direction and trajectory, which was separated not only from his political opponents, but even within his own party. He really charted a brand new direction that was an unusual blend of conservatism and liberalism, as we shall see. He had a conflicted relationship with Judaism, a complicated relationship that I think will be the crux of our discussion tonight. His father elected to baptize him on the eve of his bar mitzvah. And he often wrote about the fact that he felt somehow cheated out of declaring his own Jewish manhood at 13 because he was baptized into the Church of England. Nevertheless, as I hope to demonstrate through the course of the next hour or so, he reveled in his Jewish background and was very in your face about his Jewish lineage, all the while touting Christianity as really a fulfilled Judaism and leveraging his Jewish background to his greatest political and social advantage. So complex figure, his relationship to Judaism is complex. He's not quite within the same category that we spoke about last week with Heinrich Heine. His Judenschmerz was not at all the same. Is he able to recall the translation of that unusual term? Judenschmerz. I've been saying it all week. I just like the way it sounds. Jewish pain is correct. Judenschmerz, right? Schmerz sounds like it's Schmerz. Oh, you're not a Schmerz. Okay. So, Judenschmerz was this 19th century phenomenon, very pronounced in the 19th century. We also see it in the 20th and even in the 21st century. But this idea of what does it mean to be Jewish in this society? Am I too Jewish? Can I not get into various aspects of the economy, culture, education, and so on unless I abandon my Judaism? They won't even take me seriously even when I abandon it. So I felt conflicted about his conversion to Christianity right to the very end. The Israelis did not have the same kind of Judenschmerz. He was very flaming, as it were, about his Judaism or his Jewish background, all the while as a Christian. Okay, so let's look at his life story and get a little bit of a sense of who he was and what he contributed to British and world history. His father was Isaac Disraeli. He spelled it with an apostrophe, and Benjamin shortened it by removing the apostrophe and placing the first letter I in lowercase. Benjamin's siblings followed him, but Isaac, his father, retained the older spelling. They were Sephardic Jews of Italian background. Isaac himself He was a literary figure of some note and was very proud of his Sephardic ancestry, although truth be told, it was his wife's family that was really far more chashuv, far more significant. His grandfather, Benjamin, for whom Benjamin Disraeli, our subject, was named, came to the country in the late 17th century, or maybe it was the early 18th century, if I remember correctly, and immediately strove to place himself within British society, all the while maintaining a very strong attachment to Judaism. He coined a motto for himself that we'll return to at the end of this lecture, created a herald sort of symbol for his family, and did all these kinds of things to sort of propel himself into the British upper classes. This was really for naught in the 18th century. It was really not possible. But nevertheless, did everything within his power to make himself a successful businessman within London society. He actually did do fairly well. He was an elder of the synagogue on several occasions. And he set up his children to a life of some wealth that allowed Isaac, that is our subject's father, to pursue a literary career. He wrote several books, primarily literary criticism. The reason why we're focusing on Isaac so much is because of his decision to baptize his son, Benjamin, and his siblings. He had 3 surviving siblings, a sister and 2 brothers. Another sibling died in infancy. And the reason for this was because of a long-standing dispute that he had with the synagogue. His father was a staunch supporter of the synagogue. Isaac, the son, was not, and he basically waited for his father to pass away before he stormed out of the synagogue and refused to turn back. He himself did not convert to Christianity, indicating, as with so many of these 19th century conversions, it was a conversion of convenience. He really wanted to propel his children into more successful professions than he thought they could achieve as Jews, but he did have a lot of latent hostility towards Judaism. We're going to come to these quotes from Isaac the father. I'll just read them out loud. Religion drained Jews of their genius. 10 centuries have not produced 10 great men. To hate the Talmud is not to hate Judaism, but to hate obscurantism. It is a complete system of barbarous learning for the Jews. And another quote is, you're not going to put these on the back of your blurb for your books from Talmud. I would implore the Jews to begin to educate their youth as the youth of Europe and not Palestine. Let their Talmud be removed to an elevated shelf to be consulted as a curiosity of antiquity and not as a matter of education. To give some sense of Disraeli's father's outlook on Judaism, very disdainful. He was not a religious man by any means, never thought of his son as taking Christianity seriously either, but nevertheless he made this move for his children primarily for their social advantage. Now let's just place this within the context of 19th century British Jewry. The Jews arrived in England around the turn of the millennium. We have records of Jews at the time of Northern Conquest, for example, and there's a significant population of Jews by the 11th and 12th century in towns like York and Lincoln and so on. Several of them are mentioned in ancient chronicles, particularly within the context of money lending, which was a very common profession for Jews in medieval Europe. There are a lot of reasons for this. I think we've talked about in previous classes, but so we won't go back to those issues. I encourage you to go back all day if you want to, and go back to a few lectures ago. We'll talk about that. But Jews were basically banished from England after a series of riots, first in the late 12th century and then finally a big massacre in York in the late 13th century. And Jews were essentially knocked out of the island. And although there were some kind of British Maranos, underground crypto Jews living in England, there's no significant presence of Jews for several centuries. This did not stop the kind of continuation of prejudicial attitudes towards Jews. the Shylock character, of course, was created in an environment where there were no Jews for Shakespeare really to interact with. Nevertheless, capitalizing on long traditions of Jews as serious money letters, we have an icon that's existed right till the 20th century and beyond. Actually, I should mention this context. I probably should have shown some photographs. When I had a postdoctoral fellowship at Oxford University, we visited the botanical gardens there. With my daughter, she was there. And they have these gorgeous botanical gardens right in the middle of Oxford City. And there's a plaque. It's kind of hidden behind foliage. There's a plaque commemorating Jews who were expelled from Oxford, and the botanical gardens is built on the site of the former cemetery. That they simply raised all of the headstones and they planted a garden there. And so when we did visit it, when we went in to speak to the woman who was taking money for the admission, my wife mentioned, this is built on a Jewish cemetery, an ancient Jewish cemetery. Says, oh, is that why everything grows so well? So, weird but true. So Jews banished from England for about 4 centuries. They finally come back under Cromwell, who was shown here in his famous portrait when he was asked, he was a realist, a pragmatist, when he was asked if the artist should remove the physical deformity, the actual slight deformity over his right eye. He said, no, I want you to paint it, quote, warts and all, which is where we get the contemporary expression of warts and all. I wanted to be shown airbrush that out right now. But that's the idea. So there's Cromwell, approached by an important rabbi, persuaded to allow Jews to return to England. So you have a trickle of Jews in the 17th, 18th century who are beginning to make an official appearance there. By the time we get to the 19th century, Jews have actually achieved significant status in England, significant wealth as well. Some figures like Montefiore, shown here, actually were indicted by the Queen, being made in many areas of British society by the time the 19th century returned. They were not even allowed in Parliament. That's something that would happen while Disraeli was serving. But nevertheless, one can see the Jews were well on their way to social status in England by the beginning of the 19th century. Also, in this context, it's important to note that Disraeli reveled in all of these things. Disraeli reveled in his outsider status as a former Jew. Although the spiritual values of Christianity is superior to Judaism, he liked to refer to himself as the blank page between the Old Testament and the New. A very characteristic statement of Israel because it at once proclaimed his antiquity, that he was linked to these very ancient people, and at the same time linked to modernity. And he tied this idea of the link between the old Judaism and its values to what we consider modern Christianity as being the essential bridging factor. In fact, a bridge character is something that we say about him in general, as a politician, he was also a great bridger, putting together the ironic opposites of the aristocracy and the populace as a whole. Now I'll pause to drink a sip of coffee and I will ask for questions. Yes, please. By the way, that's a lot of my students say that. I seem to remember it. It's not too far off the mark. You have to realize that, like what kind of network controls are we really talking about in the 18th, 17th century? You ship lands at a port and you get off the boat. And it's not like there's a lot of people that are checking your passport, and they can walk through the scanners and things like that. So if you had money, and you had a business, then people would let you in. You might have to pay off someone perhaps, but Jews were fitting in, just like Jews have pursued business opportunities around the world. Very few countries have truly impermeable borders. Unfortunately, they're usually impermeable, like not letting the Jews out. Letting Jews in, it's not so much of a problem. Yeah, so that's art.
Hold your own, bitch.
This was his second marriage, if I'm not mistaken. But I didn't do the actual math. For us to go back and let's do that. I do remember seeing something about how Benjamin, he's had a lot of relationships with older women, and one biographer said that he had been a reflection of his older mother. 1804, 1801, something like that, right?
Within 4 years, David's worst fears come true.
Okay.
Because Henry has sworn the oath of no
It's also possible I made a mistake with the dates, but
He brings back the little
let's just keep over it. Just my questions. I'll edit it out.
pretty much Henry's gambling the barons will turn a blind eye because the alternative is simple. And no one's that. Do they?
And what that meant,
It's a
absolutely.
massive
Here it is, the
miscalculation.
aspect of it. Absolutely. We should see that. Okay, save up some last question and we'll go on.
Most alone amongst those who swore it, Simon will keep the oath, whatever the cost. Simon raises an army from those barons who still believe in the provisions of Oxford. In 1264, England is divided into a separate nation.
So I actually don't know what the substance of this meeting was. I understand that it was an ongoing dispute. It was one that went on for several years, and Isaac just basically did his time until his father passed away. It probably had something to do with what they were who knows? I don't know. Well, he did attend the inauguration ceremony of the by Reform Synagogue. So he was not totally outside Judaism. And don't forget, he didn't convert, so which he easily could have. Well, for him, he's already an older person. He has his career established. He has no real financial impetus to convert. But for his children, however, exploring careers, college, things like that. No more questions for you today. So, he was known as a dandy, and I put that in quotation marks because I wasn't exactly sure what a dandy actually is. So many biographies use the term dandy, and I think it's some kind of technical meaning. I get the impression, though, that what it means is he's very flamboyant, he's noted for his unusual dress, and I don't think that if you look at these pictures, they all look so weird. So how do you know what's unusual for the 19th century? But this particular picture, which we had he's got like thoughts thing going on here. Where the hairstyle, things like that. This is actually, by the way, this is a retrospective painting. It was done when he was already in his 60s, and it was the artist imagined what he would have looked like in his 20s. But he definitely got around town. He had a wide variety of liaisons with older women in particular. And by the way, he chronicles these with only a very, very thin of fabrication in his numerous fictional novels. In fact, that's one of the ways that he kept himself alive, because he did not have the same recourse to funds as his father did. He wrote novels, about a dozen different novels that were really quite popular. And they were somewhat racy. They involved a lot of high society into a particular genre of the period, which was for the middle class reader. They called them silver spoon novels. They described what it was like to live in the upper classes. Kind of like in the Depression, they used to make films about ridiculously wealthy individuals. rituals, and it was kind of like an expiation of fantasy life to be able to watch how the rich and famous live. So, unlike today, of course. Thank you for that. But so he wrote all these things, which is about his travels in high society, various women that he had relationships with. And then when he got into politics, he had to go back and in the reissue of the editions, he had to clean them up and he had to kind of remove some of the more obvious portraits that he had fictionalized of real people who were scandalized by his writing. But this again is not your typical, politician, social climber. This is someone who's really quite bohemian in his youth and quite active in his sexual exploits as well. He did ultimately marry this woman, Mary Ann Evans, who was a widow. Her surname was Lewis. She was 12 years his senior, and she used to say that Disraeli himself, who by the way was known as Dizzy to his friends, Disraeli used to say that he married her for her money, but he would marry her again for love. And their marriage actually lasted 34 years until her passing, and they apparently had a very fond and affectionate relationship. They did not produce any offspring. Disraeli was not really interested in having children, but his wife was also quite a bit of a character. In one notable episode, for example, they had as guests a particular general and his wife who stayed at their home. I think his name was Lord Hottridge or something like that. And Lord and Lady Hottridge stayed in the guest room. And Disraeli and his wife stayed in the main bedroom, master bedroom next door. And the next morning she woke up and told her guests that she slept between England's greatest soldier and England's greatest orator. Of course, the orator was her husband and the soldier was the next room, but Lady Hottridge was not pleased at all with this revelation. And that gives you a sense of who he married, and she was really of his type in many ways, and had a very successful marriage. A turning point, I want to try and focus on a lot to say about Disraeli as a character and as a politician. I want to try and keep this as close as possible to the Jewish agenda, because that's really what we're studying here is the Jewish biographies. So an important turning point in his life Jewishly was in the year 1828, 1831, when he went on extended travel through the Middle East with a friend who later died of venereal disease. Disraeli also had been treated for that same venereal disease. Perhaps they got it from the same post. But at any rate, I really have to edit these things out before I release them. But at any rate, he was impressed with Jerusalem. We know from his travels at the time. When he got back to England, he tended to downplay it. But there's no question that over the course of his political career, he frequently invoked the image of Jerusalem as the messianic destination of the Jewish people. And he used a metaphor of bringing England into a messianic future quite often, and he was really obsessed with the idea of the Jews longing for their ancestral home. He used that metaphor very effectively in his oratorical delivery when he speaks about the English people yearning for that kind of state in the United Kingdom. He dedicated a couple of novels to his experiences in Israel. One in particular is relevant, Alroy, written in 1833, which speaks of a failed messianic movement. It's a thinly disguised historical novel of the pseudo-messiah David Alroy from the 12th century. And it was really a larger metaphor for, this kind of unfolding of the divine plan. So that's one major thing is he connected very profoundly with the idea of Israel, and in fact, one might say he was even a proto-Zionist forward for his time. The other thing that's very significant is he developed a strong taste for international affairs and specifically for British imperialism. He saw firsthand the slow demise of the Ottoman Empire, which would ultimately be called the sick man of Europe and would collapse in World War I. But Disraeli, even from an early stage in his political career, realized that the Ottoman Empire was eventually going to collapse, and he felt that England should capitalize on that very significantly, which he did primarily through capitalizing on the Suez Canal, ensuring that it was controlled by British interests. And also, let's see a couple of and also its competition with Russia for the control of the Middle East. So this visit throughout the Middle East, which included a stop in Jerusalem, was very significant for his worldview. Let's take a little bit of time to speak about his politics specifically. He lost 4 elections until he finally was admitted to office in 1837. He was a bit of a gadfly within his own party, however, disagreeing quite often with the leadership, in particular Lord Peel, because he had an unusual blend of 2 contrary aspects. On the one hand, for example, he was very conservative. He believed in promoting the role of the monarchy in England. We spoke briefly already about Queen Victoria, but he believed in the institution of the monarchy. He also believed in the institution of the aristocracy. He believed the British nobility, the peerage, was very significant and should be validated in their society. He himself, incidentally, besides having a lingering bitterness over missing out on the bar mitzvah, he didn't get a single fountain pen. But he also felt bad that his father sent him to a somewhat middling high school and sent his younger brothers to much more prestigious schools in England. And the way that the English school system works, what school you go to really labels you for life. And he always felt, you took me out of Judaism, and then you didn't even put me into a decent school. We don't know exactly why his father made this decision. So he believed in the monarchy, he believed in the aristocracy, and he also believed in the church. To say that he was a dedicated Christian would be a stretch, but nevertheless he believed in the idea of Christianity, and he believed in promoting Christianity as some sort of, ultimate Judaism, as we shall see shortly. So on the one hand, typical conservative politician of the era, but on the other hand, he was very much a populist. He definitely reached out to the lower classes and was very popular among the lower classes. For example, in 1845, he broke with his own party over the issue of repealing the Corn Act, which was an economic program that subsidized British farmers. And the conservatives wanted to do away with that act, and in fact, he succeeded. The act was repealed. But Disraeli felt that no, it should be protected, and they should be able to engage in a more protectionist economic policy, which is much more liberal in its approach, more big government, as it were, and that garnered him considerable popularity among the farmers, while he was alienated by members of his own party. He ultimately formed a small group of like-minded politicians calling themselves the Young England Movement, and they gathered around this really as they kind of like a second wing. I don't want to use the term Tea Party, but it's kind of like he created a liberal wing within the Conservative Party, ultimately grew as he was eventually elected to be Prime Minister 4 times after he eventually defeated the party. One of the most lasting of his achievements in British electoral reform was the passage of the Reform Bill. This cartoon from the era showed Disraeli mounted on a horse as all of his opponents raced to catch up with him. The Reform Bill essentially extended suffrage to a much larger segment of the British population. Many more people on the lower economic status
My grandpa has some. Well, when I couldn't go over there, I would put shampoo in my hair. Why? Because it was just a little something to just add thickness holes in my hair. But this one time, we went to this high school, was it a jamboree? Like football jamboree? I think that's what it's called. What's that? Each team plays for like 20 minutes or something. It's not like I started doing it. I made it so hard that my entire head just started poking up. And who took you? Michael, Charlie. And I put my head under the water. Watch that all day. Yeah, you need to fuck around.
Disraeli making a lot of hay about his Jewish origins. He is ultimately a Christian and was able to fulfill all the duties of office as a Christian. Not so Baron Rothschild, who was elected to office on multiple occasions and was forced to not take his seat in Parliament because he would not swear the oath as a Christian on the New Testament. And many people within the Conservative Party felt that that was absolutely appropriate. England is a Christian nation, and the very least that its officers could do is to put their hand on a Christian Bible and swear their loyalty to the crown and as a Christian. Rothschild, unwilling to do so, was forced to win overwhelming electoral victories and simply not take a seat in Parliament until finally the pressure grew from the opposition, and Disraeli, of course, was among them to pass an act which allowed Rothschild to actually take his seat in Parliament after placing his hand on Tanakh and having a slightly different amendment text, which met his conscience. If you read the beginning of this article from July 24th, 1958, it says, at long length, the Jewish question is settled. It's not a Jewish problem. Baron Rothschild may now, if the Commons plead so to resolve, take his seat and vote. Last night, the royal assent was given to the Jew bill of the Lords and amending Oaths bill. Thus has ended the struggle which at one time wore a most ugly appearance and threatened to end in a serious collision of the Commons, the judges of the land, and the two whole houses with each other. Speaking of an ugly appearance, it goes without saying that Disraeli met with a lot of anti-Semitic taunts throughout his career, right from his early school days. Remember the children taunting things like how the rhyme go that I read in one of the sources. I remember how the schoolyard rhyme went. It was something about how Jesus will go to prison was the last line. And Disraeli is technically a Christian, but everybody knows he's a Jewish background. He certainly has a Jewish appearance, and so he simply grated his teeth and smiled through it all the way to the top. And many of his speeches and cartoons, caricatures of the era certainly play out Jewish features and make these kind of snide comments about his Jewish background, but Disraeli did his utmost to rise above it all. Now, part of the reason why he rose above it all was ironically because he was so unapologetic about his Jewish background. He felt, in the language of the day, that the Jews were actually the superior race. Recall at this time, we're talking about the mid-19th century, that the very idea of race was being developed. People like Hector Gobineau are capitalizing on the work of people like Charles Darwin and arguing that the various species that we see in nature are reflected also in the human genes. That there are different species of human beings with unique characteristics which make them better or less adapted to their environment. This will eventually flourish in the dark flower of racism under Hitler when Jews were seen as kind of a generic characteristic. But in the 19th century, it was much more benign and much more well accepted that there were such things. In Germany, it was known as folkism or peopleism. This kind of naive belief, for example, that Italians are deeply passionate people, quick lovers, easily angered, those kinds of things. Prussians are very punctual and very demanding and very cold, very logical. Lithuanian Jews, are very funny and have superior fashion sense. All these kinds of things that's kind of like early racism. So, the Jews, by the way, in the anti-Semitic versions, the Jews are viewed as a parasitic race, that they are best adapted to tapeworms of society, rooting out from the inside. But that's not the way the Israelis spun it. The Israelis spun it that the Jews were the superior race, that the Semitics were the most aristocratic of all races, that they had an inherent conservatism, and their emphasis on endogamy, on in-marriage, meant that they had an extremely pure bloodline. So otherwise, where he had to deal with anti-Semitic cons, he said, hey, look, my lineage goes back to David, goes back to Moses, goes back to Aaron. How far does yours go back? Right? They don't have to really emphasize the nobility of his blood and the antiquity of his blood. He also felt that the Jews, correctly, were tremendously productive in the spiritual realm that had given the world's three great monotheistic religions, and that Christianity was really just the ultimate expression of Judaism. He did feel that just Christianity was Judaism plus, that Judaism on its own was unfulfilled without Christianity, but nevertheless, the fact is he came from a deeply spiritual, creative, ancient people, so he was able to turn around a lot of these anti-Semitic marks as, reaffirmations of a very ethnocentric worldview. Furthermore, he specifically connected England to the Jews, viewing that, especially between the British people and the Jewish people as a whole. He felt that the British form of government was the most natural expression of biblical values, and so there was an intellectual and a spiritual connection between those two peoples that was really was personified in himself, that he represented the synthesis of the ancient civilization of the Jews, the modern society of the British, and so of course he should vote for me in the next election. And of course he not only would deliver these sometimes unpopular opinions on the floor of Parliament, he also wrote about them in his numerous novels. So he's really reinforcing this message in all the media that he has access to, and it created among the British, maybe even accelerated, an interest in philo-Semitism that we'll really see expression of later when we get to the Balfour Declaration and the impetus to create a Jewish homeland in as Prime Minister, he served in 1858, 1868, 1874. I mentioned how his platform combined this paternalistic, conservative economic platform, which was designed primarily to take care of the common working classes while reserving for the upper classes most of the decision-making authority. But he was also a very staunch imperialist. He believed that England should take its justified role as really the leader of the world, as the sole superpower of the era. Following on, thinking of people like Cecil Rhodes, he believed that onward British soldiers should be the motto, and especially this is true in two areas. India, which of course was the jewel of the crown. He actually had Queen Victoria pronounce the Empress of India, which certainly impressed Queen Victoria, shown here with Disraeli.
Banana.
And he also felt that the Ottoman Empire, as I mentioned earlier, was going to be collapsing. They should block any efforts from Russia to take over the territories. Russia, of course, has hostile takeovers of parts of our region. So he's very concerned that England should take advantage of its naval power in particular to ensure sure that Russia was wrong, which he did say with great effectiveness. Specifically, as I mentioned earlier, Rabbi was saying that England had controlling interest in the Suez Canal in particular. And in terms of connecting it specifically to the Jewish cause, this also drove the British government in a very pro-Semitic or pro-Jewish fashion when it came to the way they dealt with Israel. He didn't take a really strong stand on too many Jewish issues, even though he was, like most, aghast with the people in charge of the blood libel against the Jews in Damascus in 1840. But he did definitely support the rights of Jews in the Ottoman Empire during one particular dispute in the Balkans in particular. And he's in many ways associated with this early version of proto-Zionism. The cause for questions was, probably, it's interesting. How did he get so close to Victoria? They seem to have, he was genuine a believer. He really did respect the institution of the crown. They exchanged some 1,600 letters over the course of his career. That's incredible. I'm not sure. I saw that figure and now, if you think in terms of email or texts, he probably sent 1,600 texts every week. But letters, actually handwritten before typewriters were invented, right? Oh, I got typewriters, but it's one thing. With his handwritten letters, 1,600 handwritten letters. It's a phenomenal achievement. And they had true closeness that I think they had a melody of values. They really, cared for each other. Yes. Promoting the monarchy, yeah. Yeah, sure. Just a prime minister, not a clever.
Finally,
The people at the time could have been running as a priest, page branding, as he was Galveston stopped him doing that. But that's where Galveston had to go.
class,
Lancaster may think he's flying on the king, but he hasn't, because when it comes to Galveston, he's literally defying Lancaster. Crazy
Albert, and as well as being an outsider. Albert was always considered an outsider.
Galveston's return, and is overturning the ordinances.
Class, aristocracy, this is that. And so there was that paternalism
Does two things. First,
That's fascinating. Yes, that's question.
thinking this is just so much bigger plan. Because actually, this is it's just going to overturn the ordinances. See what happens. He's so fixated on what he wants today.
Most likely, he did not know constructed this Shylock method basically out of very old medieval places. It's not impossible that he might have done some literature there, but he took a type, and unfortunately, it was a type that was well known in Western literature. Chaucer, for example, has similar examples.
The next day, he's
Okay, let's go further. Here we go. So, his proto-Zionism. So, we don't have any strong evidence of his connection specifically with the impetus of creating a homeland in Israel. The first real documentation that is associated with this is already in the 20th century. when it became more of a political possibility with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. But there is an interesting document that was submitted in the context of the Congress of Berlin that for a long time was associated with Disraeli, but recent researchers indicated that he did not author this anonymous memo. It really came from someone named Gordon. However, in one of his last novels, Tanker, he says a lot, he returns to the theme of Judaism quite profoundly. There's a lot of Jewish characters that run through his novels. They're usually like sage, wise individuals who are always disseminating, very useful and salient advice. But in Tancred, for example, he writes, the vineyards of Israel have ceased to exist, but the eternal law enjoins the children of Israel still to celebrate the vintage. A beautiful metaphor, right? The wine is no longer there, the is not there, but still drink the wine. A race that persists in celebrating their vintage, although they have no fruits to gather, will regain their vineyards. Very strong proto-Zionist kind of statement of the era, and turned out to be ultimately prophetic. So let's just return to one last item when we think about his life as a whole. His grandfather, Paul, mentioned his namesake when he came to England. He adopted this heraldry, slogan and with images and things like that, and he adopted a Latin motto, which I have to look up. The motto that he adapted was "Forti nihil difficile," which means to the brave, or the strong, to the brave, there nothing is difficult. Well, when I did a Google search on that, it used to be, by the way, back when I was in graduate school, long before Google, you got points just for figuring out something like this. Now, any 10-year-old can figure it out just by plugging it into Google. But which means that the PhDs today, I don't know. But anyways, he actually omitted 2 words from a classical citation. The 2 words he omitted is et fidele. So really, the motto that he cited was originally to the brave and the faithful, nothing is difficult. And his grandfather omitted the words "and the faithful." And he took out the words "faith" from the equation. I don't know really what that means. His grandfather was a faithful member of the synagogue. His son Isaac rebelled, and of course that put Disraeli onto an entirely different trajectory. I don't know what it means that he removed those words "and the faithful," but we certainly see in Disraeli's life that nothing ultimately was difficult for him. He achieved tremendous things throughout the course of his life, politically, socially, on a literary level as well. And although there's some dispute about it, he ended his life suffering from a bronchial illness, and he asked, when he was on his deathbed, he was asked if they should bring him a clergyman for the last rites. He said no. He was speaking only with his friend Lord Kidd, and Lord Kidd left as his left a report saying that his last words were the Shema Yisrael prayer. That on Disraeli's lips, after all of his, embracing of Christianity and all of his, promoting Christianity as Judaism plus, ultimately, he, as it were, according to Lord Kidd, put the Disraeli back into his own life, back into his own life, and pronounced the great statement of God's unification as any Jew would, should they know that they had his approach. And now, I'm basically concluding my remarks. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance through this lecture, and I look forward to seeing you next week on Talking Movie and the other soul.
Absolutely anything to get revenge on Lancaster. After Bannockburn, Edward is humiliated, financially ruined, and friendless.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? Ladies and gentlemen, we are right on schedule tonight. Why don't we get started? I have first a small announcement. I'd like to thank some of the audience members who did great graciously provided some cookies for our enjoyment. That's really nice. Normally the shul provides, which is great, and we really appreciate it. But we had some outside volunteer help from the audience itself, which is especially nice. Tonight's class is sponsored by the Young Israel of Val Harbor, and it's great to have you all here. If you would like to sponsor a lecture, that's a great thing too. Just make sure to check out Young Israel of Val Harbor, and we're really grateful. But your presence is, as I like to say, always a great sponsorship. Now, I have to make a short special announcement. We just celebrated, of course, the grand Jewish holiday of Purim, which celebrates, among other things, masquerading and, hidden identities and things like that. And for many years now, I have admired a gentleman in this congregation. He's a very successful businessman. He's got a winning personality, leadership qualities. Everyone looks up to him. And I, in particular, admire one special thing about him. His name is, by the way, Jack Gluck. There's one thing that I really admire about Jack, and that is that he has the fortitude and courage to wear bold colors. I mean, when I see it, he just makes me happy. When I see how he dresses, he wears like sometimes canary yellow or plum, and I just think, my gosh, will I ever be able to carry off those kinds of colors? But don't say no just yet. So this year for Purim, I decided to go as Jack Gluck. So I'm going to say that, and I'll show you what happened. I'm going to go for the camera, okay?
To this point, he's actually been on it inside.
Thank you very much. So the round of applause. This is Jack Gluck's influence here. I showed him this. I'll tell the whole story. I showed him this jacket on Purim. He was quite amused. I told him he was my muse, my inspiration, and so he said, yes, but can you wear it during one of your lectures? So Jack, yes, I can. Right, look at this. Even Latvia is going to see me wearing this jacket. So one quick word about where this jacket comes from. So my pocket. This jacket actually is original, believe it or not. When we went up to Airport Falls to see my parents last October, where my father has a retail clothing store, this jacket has been sitting there since maybe 1958. I'm not sure, but it's been sitting there. I am the first owner of this jacket, and you think the early 70s, you think? Yeah, 70s. Okay. It has a certain kind of je ne sais quoi polyester feel to it. Turn around. Oh, really? Thank you, yeah, if there's anyone online who can specifically know crowd sources, if you can identify this jacket, then we're all set. Okay. Tonight's topic, fascinating topic. There's no reward. This is just because you want to benefit society. Okay, outside of class. Let's get moving. Tonight's topic is really quite fascinating. I will attempt to do it without distracting you too much with my kids' fashion sense anymore. We're going to talk about Heinrich Heine, a very important poet and essayist and travel writer from Germany who made a major impact on German literature and also on Jewish culture. Let's just talk a little bit about his life specifically. Where's my... Oh, what's going on here? I shouldn't have said anything bad about my fashion sense. We're plugging this in. Try one more time.
Civil engineer.
No? Oh, yeah, something happened.
Engineer.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's because it was at the end of something. Everybody look away. I have to go all the way back through the class. What I'm going to do is just rewind it backwards through the class. This is because of the jacket, I'm sure. You can see all the pictures in advance. I'll go very quickly. Okay, almost there. Lots of pictures. Thank you, Alexander. We'll just edit this part out, okay?
Toshi.
Okay, backwards. Yes. Okay, here we go. Here's here's our 1797 to 1866. He died quite young, actually rather miserably after a long illness. He had a tremendous impact on German literature. Perhaps the most significant reason for that was that he had an exceptionally assertive wit. And before this class, I'd never actually read much of Heine. I'd read about him because, he's an important figure in Jewish history, but I'd never read any of his writings. So I delved quite a bit into research this class, and I quite often laughed out loud. It was really quite funny in a lot of the ways that he puts things in. I've got quite a few passages that I hope to read to you tonight so you get a sense of his sense of humor and wit. He didn't write too many long, famous single novels or operas. He wrote quite a range of literature, travel literature, for example. But he is actually the most studied poet, most studied German writer in English, and that is incredible Goethe. Heine is actually known more in the English-speaking world than Goethe is teachers measure in terms of pages of scholarly output, which is really quite fascinating that a Jew should be the principal figure standing for 19th century German literature. Compare that to English literature would be like imagining that Shakespeare was Jewish, for example, which he was, of course. Italy did have a lot of trouble with it, but nevertheless, Heine is still here. He was actually a funny British translation I once saw of Shakespeare's words, and it said on the outside in English, alle Welt von William Shakespeare is at a time stood for lesser T, which is translated and improved. Right? Here he is a younger picture of Germany's poet, and he stands for his sense of humor, his incisive wit, is extremely important for understanding early 19th century Germany. For our purposes, we're going to concentrate specifically on something called Judenschmerz. It was a very unusual term that was coined exactly for people like Heine that stood really for an entire generation or several generations of 19th century.
For the blood burgers only.
Jewish pain. Schmerz, pain, and Judenschmerz refers to the difficulty of trying to understand what does it mean to be a Jew, as opposed to being a German, as opposed to being modern. Here I am tied to an ancient religion. Here I am all these restrictions on my behavior. I want to participate in wider society. I want to open up my horizons. At the same time, I feel an attachment to my past. That is Judenschmerz. And Heine speaks to it more than anyone else. Perhaps I'll give away his most famous quotation now in this context. In 1825, he converted to Lutheranism, like so many Jews of his generation, in an attempt to, promote his own social and economic well-being. And he immediately regretted it. He never resented it. He never actually never really asserted his Jewish belief. And in fact, even though towards the end of his life, as he was suffering at 8 years of a long and terminal illness, he wrote, by the way, in his death that he said, long ago, for a coffin and my obituary, it's taken so long to die, my friends find it very tedious. So even though he returns back to religion in some sense at the end of his life, it's not observance of Judaism. It's just the idea of God, the idea of something. And he views his own conversion with tremendous tristesse. But his famous quotation towards the end of his life is, why don't I read it directly because it's in right. He writes, a baptismal certificate is a ticket of admission to European culture. Meaning, all I had to do was buy his ticket and I could enter European culture. He has a very, very cynical view of his conversion. He elsewhere compares it to Napoleon not being aware that it's cold in Russia in the winter, meaning that, what a stupid mistake. How could I not realize this? He doesn't see Judaism as a viable alternative either. And that's this concept of Judenschmerz that really encompasses much of his life. So let's try to understand a little bit about his life in particular, and I hope to explore some of his writings that will give you a sense of his activity. He was born in Düsseldorf, which was actually taken over by French in the early Napoleonic era. And one thing that we have to really understand is that this is a period of great trials and tribulations for Jews in Europe as they struggle to achieve equal rights, what they call emancipation. In English historiography, borrowing from the American term that was associated with the African American slave population. France, its revolution in 1789, and its emphasis on liberté, égalité, fraternité, said that all French people should be citizens and have equal rights before the law. Someone said, what about women? And they laughed it off and said, no. Larry Kulish said, what about women, rights of females? He said, no, we're talking about democracy. And that was actually shelved for a long time. But when they said Jews, the French leaders had to pause, and in fact, a year later, in 1790, they confirmed that the Sephardic Jews living in Bordeaux and Bayonne, which were much more well assimilated, they spoke French, they dressed in French clothes, they said, okay, you guys, you can be French citizens. All those Jews living on the German border in Alsace-Lorraine, that's a little bit too hard, but ultimately in 1791, they confirmed them as well. So within the space of a couple of years, the Jews of France were suddenly given equal rights, something that was not happening anywhere else in Europe at all. Now, Austria had an edict of tolerance a few years earlier, which meant that Jews could not be arbitrarily expelled from the country, and a few other elements of toleration, but not equal rights at all. Germany, on the other hand, struggled with this mightily. Germany itself was not united until the 1870s, and some parts of Germany were positively disposed toward, others were negatively so. And a lot of it was the resistance to the French model, which was changed in Düsseldorf. In Heinrich's birthplace when Napoleon invaded. When Napoleon came in, of Napoleon, I'm sure he's very famous. You see with the hand in the vest. This is how Napoleon actually looked. This is how Napoleon thought of himself. A little bit more, perhaps, very rude, that kind of thing. Napoleon was, he delighted in forcible extension of French rule to the areas he conquered, including the destruction of the ghetto walls, including the immediate and emancipation of Jews in all the German territories he took over, even as the Jews themselves were somewhat ambivalent about this, living in a certain degree of peace with their non-Jewish neighbors, and although the younger and more westernized Jews were excited about the idea of emancipation, for many of the traditionalist Jews, it was terrifying. I mean, all of a sudden, equal rights, how are they going to look at us? We have to compete with them now. All things change. But nevertheless, Napoleon extended these things to Düsseldorf, and Heine, in his later reminiscences as a child, he referred to Napoleon coming in, and people say, it would happen during the holiday of Sukkot, they would say, Hoshana, he saved us, like the Messianic term when he came in. Specifically, in regards to Jews, Napoleon viewed himself, you see in this picture, it's a little bit pixelated, as kind of like a new Moses bringing a new light to these various oppressed people. This is one of my favorites here. This is Napoleon. He's in a kind of a neo. It's a balancing force with she gets up to the rest of you, so I'll go with the rest of you. Napoleon, a kind of neo Caesar, kind of get up here with the laurel and things like that. He's holding a tablet saying the law, and here are various figures and he telling saying, no, do this, Napoleon. But he is extending his arm and lifting up the fallen lady of Judaism. She's holding on to the 10 Commandments here. In the background, you see Judea desert, the temple. It's a very neo-Messianic kind of image. So Napoleon, specifically gave emancipation to all the Jews in one fell swoop. The reformist Jews, or the modernizing Jews in Germany, were thrilled with this, and Heine, in his youth, was swept along in his enthusiasm, and he always viewed France with a very high degree of sympathy. He ultimately spent most of his life there, which is interesting. Now, his youth, he came from a family of moderately unsuccessful commercial background. His father was tried his hand in various trades with very little success, but he had an extremely wealthy uncle named Solomon, and his mother, with whom Heine was quite close, she pushed him to his brother-in-law Solomon to try and make him into a banker, and it was a disaster. Heine was an incredibly inept businessman, and even though his wealthy uncle set him up and he gave him a company, he gave him an English name, Harry Heine, in an attempt to, increase business with England. Heine could not make it work, so they ended up sending him to college instead, where rather than, really studying law with enthusiasm, he only did it half-heartedly. He graduated, but he never practiced. He spent most of his time studying literature and poetry, when he should have been studying the thing he saw was paying for. But his earlier education, I should not mention that, he had a traditional Talmudic education only to the age of 7. But it's amazing how much of an impact it made on him, even after his conversion. Let me, for example, read you one passage here from one of his works, in which he refers to these herbal teachings. Let's see if I can find the right one here. There are so many great things here in his writings. Let's see, Talmud. Well, you know what? I'm going to read you a different one just because this is one that I didn't write. So this is a selection from his True Melodies, in which he talks about what Shabbat was like. And again, this is someone who has relatively little connection with it, as something of a playboy. He had a rich uncle, literally. He was going to college, he didn't have to worry about making a living, and because he basically had fun, but he really thought a lot about his Jewish background, even when he was an African. So here he's writing about the entry of Shabbat. This is from his Hebrew Melodies. The French says Sabbath, though surely is unworthy in this. Its intense alternating and imitation of the mind. She personifying Shabbat. She is startled and repelled both by traveling northeast passion and by Nicholas, storming forward with his loosened hair aflutter. Modestly, the silent princess hides her tresses in her cap. Meek as a gazelle, she gazes, glossy, slender as the myrtle. She allows her sweetheart all but the smoking of tobacco. Sweetheart, quote, smoking is forbidden, for today's the holy Sabbath. But this noon, as compensation, there shall smoke for you instead a repast that's truly godlike. Noon today you'll feast on cholent, which it rhymes with cholent. He goes on, he's going to talk about cholent. Lovely spark of heaven, daughter of Elysium. Recognize that line? It talks about Elysium. It's in Beethoven's Ode to Joy. I mean, he's really having a good time. So, Cholet, lovely spark of heaven, daughter of Elysium. Thus would sound the ode of Shiva, had he ever tasted Cholet. Cholet is the dish of heaven, whose immortal recipe God himself once gave to Moses long ago upon Mount Sinai, where the Lord made manifest all his new religious dogma and the Holy Ten Commandments written in characters of lightning. Cholet is the true Creator's kosher banquet of ambrosia, rapture bread of paradise, and compared to such refreshment, nothing more than devil's filth are the platters in ambrosia by the false Greek gods who are masquerading devils. That's why he was an ode to Cholet, right? But he does have a very gustatory approach to Judaism. In fact, at one point, people say to him, listen, why are you converted? Why don't you just, go to the Reform Temple, which is, more modern? And he said, and it's kind of, he speaks more about the religious aspects of Judaism, but so he says he believes that Google has done more for Jewish people than the Reform movement has. And as to Congress, he says more takers too. So they're rather good. He's kind of the sharp, a serpent with he's more Orthodox as well. I mentioned this in those passages. Anyways, here he is, kind of a picture of him in his suit. He got into a lot of trouble in college. He actually went to several colleges. He was kicked out for dueling, which is a very popular thing amongst young college men at this time. And he fell into some inappropriate relations with his sponsor because he developed an obsession for his daughter, behind his first cousin, Emily, shown here. She did not reciprocate whatsoever, but there's a lot of literary scholarship that indicates that, in fact, through most of his life, he was pining for his early love in his late teens and early 20s. She went on to marry a wealthy banker as expected, and he would not live without her. Possibly live without her sister, too. There's some discussion about that. Then he went on to much greater things ultimately. So he fell into the salon of Rabbi, who is someone that we actually spoke about in this forum a couple of years ago. She's also, someone who experiences Jewish events as well, and her way of expressing her Jewish identity actually had a tremendously salutary impact on the development of Jewish culture in Germany. She basically opened up her living room, known as the salon, which is the French word, and she invited through the engine of sponsorship, many young, talented individuals to come and present their art and research and poetry and things like that to a larger audience of wealthy individuals who would become their patrons. Heine was a regular at ViralRabbi Salon, and much of his early fame was generated through this contact between those that could create art and those that could support artists, something that really happened to be very important for Heine as it is today. So ViralRabbi was a turning point in his life. Here's a couple of pictures of her. You can see that her contribution to German culture is so great that they made a postage stamp dedicated to her. So let's talk about some more of his writings. I'm trying to understand a little bit more about who he is. So I mentioned his sense of humor, but I can give you two other examples. Here's a kind of a fun passage when he's talking about the social classes in Germany. He has these great kind of one-liners. So he says, talking about his first college where he was kicked out for dueling. For the most part, the inhabitants of Britain are divided into students, professors, Philistines, and cattle, which four classes are by no means sharply distinct. Twice sometimes to get a sense of that. I'm going to read you a little bit more about his. Here's a passage from his reminiscence on the value of. Actually, let's talk about his passage on the people of the book here. This is fascinating, I think. Here he's reflecting on the power. This is someone who converts to Judaism and trying to process that he's been ill for quite a few years by the time he writes this. He says, "Unless I am an error, it was Muhammad who called the Jews the people of the book, a name which in the East has remained with them to this day and is profoundly significant. A book is their fatherland, their possession, their ruler, their fortune and misfortune. They live within its peaceful precincts. Here they exercise their inalienable civil rights, which in this time when the Jews do not have civil rights, he's saying the book is where we have those rights. From here, they cannot be driven out. Here, they cannot be despised. Here, they are strong and admirable. Immersed in the reading of this volume, they paid little heed to the changes which took place in the real world outside them. Nations rose and fell, states flourished and decayed, revolutions shook the land, but the Jews were bound over their book and scarcely marked the turmoil of the times which swept over their heads." that we are a people of book, our nation is a book. Take another passage from that same section. A book, yes, an old and simple book, as modest as nature herself, yes, and as natural. As workaday and unpretentious as a book that the sun warms us, as the sun that warms us, as the bread that nourishes us, a book which looks at us with